Wilson, your phone is unmuted. Okay, thank you. Well, it is now 6:30, and we welcome everyone to tonight's Board of Commissioners meeting. And we want to say thank you to the many citizens who've already submitted your comments to the Board of Commissioners through phone calls, the county's website, and the email. For tonight, we do ask that you please accept our apologies for the confusion and the change of instructions that has been disseminated over the last few days. We are still working diligently to improve the public comment portions of our meetings and provide virtual platforms for citizens to participate. And as COVID-19 continues to rise, our board remains committed to the safety protocols, which we will continue to provide a virtual platform, and we will probably not return to in-person meetings until further guidance from our public health officials. So the meeting tonight will be a video conference. Henry TV will be streaming live online at Charter and Spectrum Channel 180 and also Facebook Live. And again, we welcome everyone to tonight's Board of Commissioners meeting. So we will begin and ask Mr. Dynash if he will lead us in our invocation this evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Let us pray. Eternal Father God, Lord, we thank you for this opportunity, God. Lord, another rising of the sun. Lord, we need you, God, to heal this land, to remove this COVID-19. But Lord, as we endeavor to do your will, God, guide our minds, guide our hearts. Lord, let our decisions be for the best of this community as we grow, God. We give you all the praise and honor, Lord. In Christ Jesus' name we pray with all thanksgiving. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. And will you all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, and we appreciate you. So at this time, we're now calling our Board of Commissioners meeting to order. There has been some amendments since the agenda has been published. There will be two proclamations added to the agenda, one for Congressman John Lewis, and also a proclamation for our civil rights leader, Mr. C.T. Vivian. Items under the finance, items 9A and 9B will be removed. So at this time, are there any other changes to the agenda? Okay, Commissioner Thomas, I see your hand raised. You are muted, ma'am, I'm sorry.
There are two things that I would like to see if let's start the very first one. Under item number 4, I'm getting to the kind of stuff. County manager comments. I'd like to see all comments put together. Commissioners make comments at the end of the meeting. I'd like to see county manager comments and then the commissioner comments take place after that, so that everything will be together when it comes down to comments. I wanted to see if we can move those comments down.
I'm sorry, and let me clarify. So you're suggesting that we move the commissioner comments behind the county manager's comments?
I would like to see the county manager comments come down to the end of the agenda with the commissioner's comments. So comments follows comments. That's one thing I'd like to see done.
Okay, is it?
I'd like to make a motion that the county manager comments be moved from the top of the agenda, number 5, down to in front of and before the commissioner comments at the bottom of the agenda, which is
okay, there's been a motion made about that change. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a second. All in favor? Okay, 3, any opposed? Okay, so it remains as it was 3 in favor of changing it, 3 opposed, and so it will remain as stated. We're now are there any other suggestions to changes to the agenda?
Yes, I'd like to do another one.
Sure.
Oh, shoot. On agenda item number 9, and I believe it's item, and I'm trying to get to it. D. I'd like to see D move down in front of public comments again, so that comments and items that are related to each other can be presented together. And that was the reason for the other one. So item 9D to be moved in front of public comments.
Okay, and can you explain item 9D that you are
9D
speaking
is
about?
update regarding resolution number 20-129, removal of the Confederate monument from McDonald Square. And I would like for that to be moved in front of the public comments because they relate to each other so well, so they'll be in the same areas. My motion is to move item 9D ahead of public comments and then public comments.
Well, Commissioner, that's actually item 10 under the Board of Commissioners. If I'm reading that right, and it's 10C, and it's already placed immediately before the public comments.
Okay, when I'm looking at an old agenda, then I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, are you rescinding that motion, that statement?
I
Based
am
on
rescinding.
clarity. Okay. So we now have the 2 proclamations to be added and the removal of the finance items and under 9A and 9B. So we're now accept a motion from the board to accept the agenda as stated. Okay, at this time, we'll again accept a motion for the agenda of the meeting tonight. Okay, so at this time, we have no acceptance of the agenda. So I'm gonna look to our county attorney to give some further guidance under this scenario. Thank you.
Well, Chair, the board should approve an agenda before the meeting commences. So if the board's not going to approve an agenda, then you won't have an agenda by which to conduct your meeting. So that's kind of where you stand. I don't know what else to.
Okay, well, that was my understanding as well. So at this time, we have no agenda regarding tonight's board meeting. Yes, Commissioner Clemens?
Chair Wood, in the past, the county manager's comments were right by the commissioner's comments. We did not take a vote to move that. I know that for 3.5 years, that's where it was. Chair, can you tell me if you remember the county manager's comments being down by the commissioner's comments, why it was moved? Was a vote taken to move it?
Commissioner Clemens, you are correct. The county manager comments have previously been under the Board of Commissioner comments. That move actually happened maybe a year ago or maybe 6 to 8 months ago. The county manager comments came to the beginning of the agenda. It was done because I think that there were a lot of questions from previous meetings that commissioners may have asked for. And there was a desire to get those questions responded to before we got through the meeting, but there was no action taken by the board to remove that from, or at least move that on the agenda.
Can you tell me who made the recommendation to move it and it was moved without a vote? So I'm just not sure why we have to even take a vote to move it back. Always was. The agenda shouldn't have been changed. The order of the agenda should not have been changed without this board.
Well, I would like to speak to that. First of all,
And the county manager finished first? I asked the question, as a commissioner, I asked the question to the county manager. I just wanted her to finish it.
Are you done, Ms. Matthews, or would you like to respond before I respond?
And again, Commissioner Clemens, obviously the county manager comments has been on the previous agendas, but there has been no vote of the board. That's what you all would do during this meeting or in any other previous meeting. So if there's a desire to move it, the manner in which Commissioner Thomas did it is the correct manner to do it.
So it was moved illegally, so rightfully fair, it should be done correctly the way it always was. So I just wanted to put that out there, Commissioner Thomas, that was never there before somebody moved it without the proper procedure to move it. And it should be back where the commissioners are. So we'll see what the chair wants to do now.
Well, what I'm going to say about this is that for the last, I don't know what date that change was made, but this board has voted on that positioning of the county manager's comments for the last couple of months. The second thing is that the agenda is actually submitted to the board every Wednesday, actually before it is published. And this gives the board the opportunity, individual board members, to make any changes to the agenda even prior to today. The day of the meeting, everyone has an opportunity to make a motion, to make a change to the agenda, and we have followed those processes. So there's nothing that has been done illegally. The county manager's comments have been this way for many months. And again, the opportunity to change it was made today, and we followed the process. So at this time, Commissioner Thomas.
Madam Chair, we are having a lot of difficulties here, worse than before. I can barely hear you. I had heard every other word that the county manager made. I could barely hear Commissioner Clemens. In fact, it's awful. I am very concerned about this meeting, and I'm not sure if you guys can hear me. But my reception and everything over here is worse than when we had it on Zoom. And I am using the assigned little tab that was given to me to make sure that the internet would not be a problem. Well, my internet was never a problem. But we need to have some technical assistance here, because I heard practically 3, 4, 5 words of the county manager, and that was about it.
Well, I'm sorry that you're having those technical difficulties, but at this time, since the board has not approved an agenda, we are now no longer in session. So am I correct in that, Mr. Jockstetter? Is there a process we need to go to adjourn, because we didn't even accept the agenda?
Absent an approved agenda, that you won't have a meeting. I would urge you, there is business to be conducted. I would urge the board to perhaps reconsider approving some agenda, and so that the business can be conducted. But it's entirely up to the board. The agenda-
I understand, and I
agenda
thank
belongs to
you.
the board.
So back to the board. The floor is now open to any changes to the agenda, again, by vote. And again, we'll follow the process as we should. So at this time, are there any changes to the agenda?
Can Commissioner Thomas make her motion again?
Sure she can. So
Madam Chair, do I have the floor?
Yes.
you do.
Madam Chair, again, and I'm certainly hoping everyone can hear me. I'd like for the county manager comments, as they were positioned before and not actually moved to its current position, to go back in front of the commissioner's comments and not at the opening under the agenda. I'd like to see that done, and then look at approval of this agenda.
So we have that motion to move the county manager's comments before the commissioner comments. There is a motion. Is there a second? We have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor of that motion? I'm going to raise my hand because we've got to conduct business here. So we will move forward. The county manager's comments have been moved prior to the Board of Commissioners' comments. So thank you much for that. Yes.
Can you confirm if anybody is opposed, please?
So, okay, thank you, County Clerk, for confirming that vote. All those who are opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, we've got Commissioner Barr. Okay, so County Manager, County Clerk, can you confirm that motion and vote?
The acceptance of the agenda. Oh, we haven't voted for that. I don't think we've accepted the final agenda yet. The motion was to amend the agenda to move the county manager comments to be moved before the commissioner comments at the end of the agenda. Commissioner Thomas made the motion. Commissioner Holmes seconded. The vote was 5-1-0 with Commissioner Barham opposing.
Okay, thank you. Now the floor is now open for a motion to accept the agenda with the changes that have been stated and the county manager's comments moved later into the agenda.
Madam Chair, one clarification on the clerk, please. This is not just for this meeting. I'm asking for it to be moved on all the agendas that we have going forward.
Yes, ma'am.
So for this agenda tonight, we will now accept a motion to approve the changes to the agenda.
I make a motion to approve this agenda with the changes that have been made so far. And
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, I think I see Commissioner Holmes' hand raised. Any further discussion? I see Commissioner Clemens' hand raised.
I want to make sure that we're clarifying that we're going back to the way it was so that, because I heard Chair Wood say, but for tonight's agenda, so this motion is for the county manager's comments to go back where they were before they were changed without a vote. Is that correct? I know that's your motion. Is that correct, Stephanie? Is that what you have in the minutes?
Yes.
That was my understanding.
Just wanted to be clear before I vote that this is
That-
permanent
that-
until
so-
a vote is taken. to
Okay,
move it.
excuse me, Commissioner Clemens has the floor, okay? Anything else, Commissioner Clemens?
I just wanted to be clear that it was stay that way until another vote is taken to move it.
All right, Commissioner Holmes, you had a statement.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the motion. Commissioner Thomas, can you clarify the motion, please?
my motion is to move the county manager's comments from the beginning of the agendas to the end of the agendas prior to the commissioner's comments on each one of our meetings,
Okay, for all future meetings.
for all future meetings.
All right, second.
Okay, any further discussions? Okay, that motion has already been, let me clarify, because we've got one motion and then we've got to go back and approve the agenda. The motion that we obviously had to clarify is that the county manager's comments will be moved before the commissioner comments from all meetings here going forward. And that motion has been clarified, first and second, and we voted on it. So now we need to vote on the motion to approve the agenda with the changes of not only the county manager's comments being moved, but adding the proclamation for Congressman John Lewis, for CT Vivian, and also removing the finance items from the agenda in items 9A and 9B. So those are what we're approving for the agenda. So I see
So-
Commissioner hand raised. Is there a second?
She's already first and second.
Okay, first and second. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Signal by raising your hand. Any opposed? Okay, County Clerk, can you confirm that motion and vote?
Oh, sorry. You already had a motion and a second for this. They took a second one. I'm sorry, but I didn't see who seconded it. I think Commissioner Thomas made a motion to amend or accept the final agenda as amended. And Commissioner Holmes voted the first time, but I just didn't see who held their hand up this second time. Was it Commissioner Holmes or Clemens?
Commissioner Holmes held his hand up to
Okay,
second.
Commissioner Holmes, and then the vote was 6-0.
Okay, all right, well, thank you very much. Okay, considering the agenda, we will now move into the proclamations for Congressman John Lewis and also then for Mr. CT Vivian. And so County Clerk, if you will please read those proclamations, please.
The first proclamation is honoring the life and legacy of U.S. Congressman John Lewis. Whereas Congressman John Lewis departed from a life dedicated to serve on Friday, July 17th, 2020. Whereas John Lewis will be remembered for his service and fight for civil rights, his work as a humanitarian, and a representative of Congress. Whereas being considered one of the most courageous persons the civil rights movement produced in the conscience of U.S. Congress, John Lewis involved himself in good trouble but necessary trouble, dedicating his life to protecting human rights and securing civil liberties. And whereas John Lewis was inspired as a young boy by the activism surrounding the Montgomery bus boycott and the words of Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., which he heard on radio broadcasts growing up on his family's farm in the segregated South. Whereas he decided at an early age to participate in the civil rights movement and remained on the front line of progressive social movements and the struggle for human rights in America. Whereas despite more than 40 arrests, physical attacks, and serious injuries, John Lewis remained a devoted advocate of the philosophy of nonviolence. Whereas in 1977, he was appointed by President Jimmy Carter to direct more than 250,000 volunteers of Action, the federal volunteer agency. Whereas in 1981, he was elected to the Atlanta City Council, where he advocated for ethics in government and neighborhood preservation. Whereas he was elected to Congress in November 1986 and served as a U.S. representative of Georgia's 5th Congressional District for 33 years. Whereas his dedication to the highest ethical standards and moral principles won him the admiration of many of his colleagues on both sides of the aisle in the United States Congress. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the life of U.S. Congressman John Lewis was one of exemplary leadership and commitment to building what he termed the beloved community in America. The Henry County Board of Commissioners do hereby honor the life and legacy of John Lewis. July 21st, 2020. The next proclamation in honor of civil rights icon and trailblazer, Reverend C.T. Vivian. Whereas remembered as one of the men of movement and an American hero who dedicated his life to the civil rights movement as an advocate for nonviolent action, activist C.T. Vivian passed from this life on July 17, 2020. Whereas as a young theology student at the American Baptist College in Nashville, Tennessee, Vivian helped organize that city's first sit-ins, eventually becoming a trailblazer at the forefront of the civil rights movement. Whereas having worked closely with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. under King's leadership at the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, Vivian became National Director of Affiliates, traveling around the South to register voters, later leading the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Whereas Reverend Vivian helped organize the Freedom Rides to integrate buses across the South and train waves of activists in nonviolent protests, and boldly challenged a segregationist sheriff while registering Black voters in Selma, Alabama, which was the catalyst for thousands to march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Whereas Reverend Vivian was awarded the highest medal of honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, by President Obama on November 20th, 2014, for his many decades of service to others. Whereas in his later years, Reverend Vivian was a frequent lecturer on civil rights and activism, serving as a witness to history and an inspiration to young generations, founding the C.T. Vivian Leadership Institute. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that C.T. Vivian was a minister, author, and civil rights leader and trailblazer, and the Henry County Board of Commissioners remembers and honors the life and legacy of Reverend C.T. Vivian. July 21st, 2020.
Awesome. Well, we thank you for that. And as we were reading those proclamations, I kept just thinking, I just really appreciate the leadership and the boldness and the courage that these pioneers, these men of honor, have given to our country. And more importantly, the impact that I know it's had in my life. And so I'm just glad to hear that we will continue to honor these individuals for the legacies that they will have forever and be written into the books of Henry County through this proclamation. So again, thank you and honor to both Congressman John Lewis. The thing that I admire most about him is his ability to work together with individuals, no matter what party, where they came from, and he stood for human rights of all. When I think about C.T. Vivian, I just appreciate remembering him having to help the hard conversations happen around racism and the civil rights that obviously we still need to work towards here in our society today. So those are my comments. Are there any other thoughts from our Board of Commissioners? Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. I do want to express my Without having words to say how much I admire John Lewis and C.T. Vivian for the work they have done for the community and for the Black community. I will say one thing I do admire about them. They are advocates. They were advocates every day. Their legacy will still continue to be advocacy every day. And they look for opportunities, didn't run from opportunities, but look for opportunities for the betterment of the human race, Black, white, and anybody in between. But they realized who they were, and they realized the trailblazers that they had to make. John Lewis often talked about, he knew the pain that he would have to suffer many times when he went up against different sheriffs and different police. He knew the pain that he would have to go through. C.T. Vivian knew it as well, but they still went on. And they still made a way. They still left a legacy for us to follow. I'm proud to have known them, have seen them, have been in their company. And I hope and pray that some way, somehow, what I do for this world and for the people around me can somehow be as great as the work they did for our communities and beyond.
All right, thank you. Are there others? Again, as we continue in our next days in life, let's continue to honor these two great men, and thank you again for these proclamations. So at this time now, as we just stated, the agenda for the county manager comments will be moved towards the end of the meeting prior to the Board of Commissioners comments. And at this time, we'll go through our consent agenda items. The first one that we have is from Technology Services, which is a resolution authorizing the recycling of technology surplus items and equipment. And then on the juvenile court, we have two. A resolution accepting a grant award of up to $26,412 from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council to fund the Juvenile Mental Health Court for FY21. And then a resolution accepting a grant award of up to $150,420 from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council to fund functional family therapy for FY21. So those are the items on our consent agenda. Is there any that the board wishes to remove for further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the floor is now open for a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
We have Commissioner Clemens' motion. I saw Commissioner Barnes' hand raised. Any further discussion? All in favor, please vote by signaling your hand. Okay, any opposed, just to make sure we have it for the record. Okay, County Clerk, will you confirm that motion and vote, please?
Motion to accept the consent agenda. Commissioner Clemens made the motion. Commissioner Barnes seconded. 600 was the vote.
Okay, all right, well, thank you much. We will now move into our public hearing items from planning and zoning. And we will begin with the first one, which is a public hearing of RZ 19-20 of James Nutt III, requesting a rezoning from residential agriculture to single-family residence for property located on the north side of Hampton Locust Grove Road to the north of Brindley Way, and that is in District 2. So I'll now ask that our planning and zoning team begin the public hearing process.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Chair. This is Stacy Jordan Rudisil, Henry County Planning and Zoning. This first item before you is James Nutt. This is RZ 1920, 41.268 acres on the north side of Hampton Locust Grove Road. The commissioners likely remembers that this was heard on May the 19th. And so the board has actually taken action on this property, but it was the pleasure of the board to rehear this public hearing, and that's what we are doing tonight. So to just give a quick summary, this is the location just west of the intersection of Hampton Locust Grove Road and State Route 155. The property is currently zoned RA, residential agricultural. The request is for R3, which is single family residential zoning district. And the future land use map called for commercial and services. The applicant is requesting 58 lots for a net density of 1.75 net density. On May the 19th, the BOC approved this request with 14 conditions, and I'd be pleased to answer questions.
Okay, well, we've heard the presentation, so are there any questions from the board? But this is a public hearing. Okay, I do
I have a
not
question.
see, there's a screen share and I cannot see all of the commissioners at this point.
Chair Wood, I have a question. This is Commissioner Clemens.
Okay, Commissioner Clemens, thank you.
The question is for Patrick. Stacy said that it was the request of the board to rehear this again, the pleasure of the board. Why are we bringing this back when we've already done it? Can you explain to us? And what's changing about it?
I don't know that there's any change between the current request and what was requested earlier. I believe there is no change, and Stacy will have to confirm that for me. The reason it's come back is this was one of the zonings that you voted on at our first effort at having a virtual public hearing. And there were problems at every level with that hearing. There were problems with the Zoom login. There were problems with the actual conduct of the Zoom. And we felt that because of those issues, that we perhaps deprived the public with a meaningful opportunity to engage in public hearings. So to be safe and to ensure that we provided that meaningful opportunity, we have brought it back to the board to vote on it again to eliminate any potential legal questions about the validity of it.
And Madam Chair, if I could, Commissioner Clemens, the staff is not recommending any changes at all, but the applicant is here to confirm if their proposal has changed at all.
So we changed a lot at that night. We didn't have 14 conditions. We put a lot of conditions on it. I don't have the 14 that we did. If we're not making any changes and we're sticking with what we've already voted on, then I'm fine. I don't need any other information.
Okay, and so Mr. Rudisill, do you have the 14 conditions that can either be displayed or read, just to confirm that we are understanding the conditions?
We need to go back. Yeah, we need to display this. Yes, Madam Chair, we have that.
Okay. And I did ask everyone if you will please mute your phones if you're not speaking, so that it can hopefully help with the sound.
So the 14 conditions didn't fit easily on the slides, but they are illustrated on the presentation. You had mentioned something about possibly reading them. I'd be pleased to if that's what you would like.
No, so long as they're being displayed, and especially if Commissioner Clemens is okay with what she sees.
I had questions because there were residents that's right next door to that subdivision that did come out that night, and they were on our chat, and they did make comments about as long as those conditions were there, they were fine. They have called me asking, they were thinking that this was done and why was it back on the agenda? I just wanted to let them know that nothing has changed and the conditions that we presented that night and that the board voted on would stay the same. And Stacy, you've cleared that up, that we want to make sure that nothing will change and that everything that was written into the records, those 14 are there. So I appreciate that, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you now may remove the screen share, and thank you, because if you go to the second page of it, just so that it can be captured, that would be great. Before you remove the screen share, that would be great. Okay. Very good. Okay, thank you. All right, are there any other questions or comments from the board before we begin the public hearing? Okay. Will someone please remove the screen share so that we can begin to see everyone? So at this time, we will begin the public hearing, and those wishing to speak in favor, the total collective group will have 10 minutes. And then those, of course, wishing to speak in opposition will likewise have 10 minutes. And again, we're going to ask our planning and zoning team to actually help us manage the time since we are unable to, we do not have a clock here. So at this time, let's begin. Those wishing to speak in favor of, including those of the applicant. So please welcome, and you may speak now.
We need to share screen. Share the screen.
Okay.
Second, I'll introduce.
It's the last slide. Having a little bit of trouble here. Excuse me. Just gonna do, it makes it easier. Oh, is it shared? It should be. Is it, are y'all seeing the slide?
Yes, we can see the slide.
Are they seeing that or are they seeing?
Oh, they're not saying.
They're seeing what's on your screen. Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Steve Moore with Moore Bass Consulting, 1350 Keys Ferry Court, McDonough, Georgia, representing this zoning request. And yes, this obviously went through this entire process. I wanted to show, though, this is just an exhibit. Took the opportunity, since we had some time between the last zoning approval that we're rehearing, just to basically illustrate those conditions on this map. And I just wanted, really, I'm not going to waste your time talking about it. I just have one question, and that is related to the red line that's at the bottom of the map. And I just think that the condition just needs clarity. That line is shown along the future reservation, right-of-way reservation associated with a splost widening of Hampton Locust Grove Road, which I understand is not in the current splost, and nobody really has a time frame on when that would ever get done. And in my opinion, just from a practical standpoint, it feels like that sidewalk might be better placed along the existing alignment of Hampton Locust Grove Road, but that's not what the condition reads. And I'm just afraid that if it's built like that, it's going to dead end into private property on both sides of the property and is not going to get used. And so I just really would just like clarity on that. And then everything else we've addressed and have no problems.
Okay, well, we thank you, and we will continue speaking to those wishing to speak in favor. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Please come forward now. Okay, Mr. Planning and Zoning Team, is there anyone there?
No, ma'am, that's all to speak in favor.
Okay, we will now call for those wishing to speak in opposition. That would be a time of, for the total group of 10 minutes. Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Would you please come forward now?
There's no one at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. So that then concludes our public hearing on this matter. So at this time, we'll welcome back the applicant and our Mr. Rudisill to help us in the question that has been asked and any other questions from the board. So are there some responses to the question that was asked about the sidewalk? Okay, Commissioner Barham, I think they're, if we can come to you after I get at least an update about the question. Mr. Rudisill, does anyone have any question or? A response to the question?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, would you repeat that question?
Yeah, it was the question that came from the applicant about the sidewalks and the splost imposition and so forth. So applicant, will you restate your question again? He's standing right behind you. Just want to make sure it's correct.
Yes, ma'am.
So my question was simply that the red line that was shown on that the sidewalk that needs to be built along Hampton Locust Grove Road. It says in accordance with the Highway Overlay District, even though this road's not in the Highway Overlay District. Highway Overlay District requires that the multi-use path sidewalk be along the outside of the any future right-of-way. And so my question was, if that future right-of-way is going to be occupied by a road 20 years from now, 15 years from now, no one's going to have any benefit of that sidewalk until that road is built. So my suggestion was that the ordinance or that condition be modified, or the staff could just tell me that, hey, we don't have to modify it here, there's another way to do it, that sidewalk go along the existing right of way, or we'd be happy to donate some equivalent fund to some sidewalk fund that could be used in the future when that sidewalk is needed and the road is wide. But I'm afraid no one is ever going to use it because it dead ends into private property on both ends without any opportunity to get back to Hampton Locust Road.
For time's sake, I think we can just accept the original conditions with the modification for discussion for the sidewalk at a future date. This kind of popped out of nowhere on us here at the meeting. So say we can move forward with the existing we had before with the potential sidewalk discussion at a later date.
Okay, well, thank you for that response. Okay, Commissioner Barham, you had a question.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, Steve, this is a question for you, but how many feet of sidewalk is going to be required for this development?
It's probably somewhere in the 1,600 to 2,000 foot, I think is what our frontage is approximately, maybe 1,600 feet.
And so you're saying we have to comply with the overlay district, but this is really not in the overlay district.
This road is not in the overlay district currently.
So you're gonna have to put a 10-foot sidewalk, and the properties, you said there was vacant properties on each side.
Well, on the east side is vacant. On the west side is a residential lot associated with Wycliffe subdivision.
So is there an existing sidewalk out there now?
I think that there is right at Publix, and I think it stops at their their westernmost entrance. And I don't believe that there's one in Wycliffe.
Is it a 10-foot sidewalk or 4 or 5 foot?
I believe it's a 4 or 5 foot. See, the problem is
I'm going to support this project, but we've been harping on trying to update this highway overlay for quite some time. It's really interfering with a lot of these subdivisions on the lighting and utilities and that sort of thing. And I think the sidewalk needs to be there. I just kind of question, should it be a 5 or 10-foot sidewalk, but I'm going to support it.
Okay, well, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, Commissioner Clemens.
I think the way we approved it is fine. The residents that were there at that meeting are not here now. And also it says on the sidewalk, number 11, it said there should be sidewalks and related improvements along Hampton Locust Grove Road, meeting the equivalent requirement of the Highway Corridor Overlay District. And the issue with that was that this subdivision is next door to the grocery store. It's next door to, there's an empty lot in between this subdivision and the Publix. And so we wanted to make sure that there was pedestrian movement, that people didn't have to drive out of their subdivision just to go 2 lots over to Publix. And we wanted to make sure that it was a wide enough sidewalk, whether they want to ride their bike or walk to that Publix. So that's the reason for us having the sidewalks there. And yes, we may not do anything to Hampton Locust Grove Road for 20 years, but this subdivision will be built within the next 4 years. So I think that the sidewalk needs to remain the way it is. I don't know why we're, and I thank you, Commissioner Barham, for seeing that. It needs to be there. We need sidewalk.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
Move to approve the agenda item as is.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? I saw Commissioner Holmes' hand go up. So we have.
Before, Madam Chair, before you call a vote, could you confirm, I'd like the motion to be explicit that it's to approve the rezoning with the 14 conditions presented by staff. Is that correct?
Yes, these were actually, we redid these at the last meeting, but it is the ones that were presented tonight. So I make the motion that we approve this resolution with the 14 conditions as previously approved by the board in the last meeting.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Any further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signal by raising your hand. Okay, for the record, anyone that opposed? Okay, County Clerk, will you confirm that motion and vote?
The motion from Commissioner Clemens was to approve the resolution with the 14 conditions as previously approved by the BOC. Commissioner Holmes seconded, the motion passed 6-0.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, we will now move into the next public hearing, and I know there may be some coordination that needs to happen as people are moved in and out due to social distancing and guidelines that we have. Are we ready for the next public hearing yet?
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe we're ready.
Okay, well, we will now introduce public hearing RZ 1921, which is JWA Ventures requesting a rezoning from residential agriculture to mixed use for property located at 109 Old Kellytown Road. And the property, the request is for a mixed use development consisting of a grocery anchored shopping center, ancillary shops and out parcels, and that is in District 4. So we're now invite Mr. Station Jordy Rudinsell to make that presentation.
Is it? Like we did the first. Seeing everything, we're seeing everything right now. So we hit that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item before you is for a mixed-use development on the southeast corner of the intersection of State Route 155 and Kellytown Road. Bear with me. All right, so this development has two different parts. A phase with a shopping center development and a second phase, which would include a future commercial development and possibly an assisted living component. The site plan before you shows the two phases. The first with the grocer and with all of the out parcels, and the second to the right-hand side of this site plan that shows the second phase. This request came before the Zoning Advisory Board on January the 9th, and they did recommend conditions. They recommended approval with 9 conditions. And what is illustrated before you on these 3 different slides are the conditions with one update by staff, which is the site plan that I just displayed that was received by Planning and Zoning on June the 24th, 2020. And I'd be pleased to answer questions.
Okay, are there any questions from the board at this time? Okay, well, this is a public hearing. And so at this time, we will grant those wishing to speak in favor, including the applicant, to be granted 10 minutes to speak. And then likewise afterwards, those who wish to speak in opposition will be granted a total of 10 minutes. So at this time, anyone wishing to speak in favor, if you will please come forward now.
I have the chair of the Board of Commissioners. My name is Andy Welch. I'm representing JWA LLC, the developer of the site, the proposed applicant, also the applicant for the rezoning. This is a rezoning request to rezone the 22.31 acres at the corner of Highway 155 and New Kellytown Road from RA to mixed use. The future land use map reflects commercial and residential development for the property. Mixed use component would also allow for those kinds of uses in this particular zoning request. The zoning advisory board had recommended approval with conditions on November 21st of last year, and the staff has also recommended approval with conditions. You've seen the conditions that have been provided by the staff. Those conditions are acceptable to the applicant. I also have with me Mr. Evan Conder, who's the Vice President of Development for Jim Wilson and Associates LLC. He will speak next in support of the project. He will also show you, and he's created these 3D renderings of the layout of the parcel with the addition of a park. You will also hear from Mr. David Osborne, who's the attorney for the landowners. And at this time, I will let Conder come forward and present to you some information regarding the project and its impacts on the community.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Evan Conder. I'm with the applicant. I first want to start by thanking each of you for your leadership during these challenging times. The coronavirus has devastated many communities, jobs, opportunities for young people, county budgets, and way of lives for many Americans. With the leadership of our elected officials, essential workers, medical professionals, teachers, and grocery stores, we're weathering the storm and continuing to fight. The grocery store that's committed to this project and included in this proposal has been a longstanding Henry County business for several decades. This is a company that takes pride in supporting the neighbors of their communities, and they're committed to helping local businesses thrive and local charities do more good. The center and corresponding uses be a long-term community partner through extensive sponsorship programs of youth sports groups, parks and recreation activities, internship programs, and various community events. The latest from the Federal Reserve economic data states that unemployment is at 11.5% for Henry County. This project will employ approximately 220 to 325 jobs in phase one. As we saw with the great financial crisis of 2008 and 9, it took years, if not a decade, for the economy and jobs market to rebound. Despite these facts, this grocery is still committed. This project is a step in the right direction. As county budgets and school funding continues to be impacted, estimated property tax benefit for phase one is approximately $220,000 per year. The estimated fee generation for Henry County is approximately $140,000. Sales tax revenue from this center is estimated to be $900,000 per year, totaling over $1 million positive fiscal impact per year. Between new job opportunities and additional tax revenue growth, this is a sound decision for Henry. In addition to the beautification requirements in the mixed-use zoning district and highway corridor overlay district, we've taken it upon ourselves to add a new element to the development plan that's unique to Henry County that you can see on your screen. The approximate 5,000 square foot area directly south of the grocery store is an area which will serve as an outdoor living room or pedestrian plaza. I believe the final product presents an area for the community to participate in sitting, relaxing, conversation, waiting, and gathering. The area will feature an array of trees, vegetation, and lighting. This private park area is for the community and will be maintained privately by our company with the highest standards. With your affirmative vote during the grand opening ceremony, a placard will be installed naming the park and dedicating it to all essential and frontline workers, medical professionals, teachers, grocery store workers, Henry County Board of Commissioners, Henry County staff, and all the professionals that provided leadership and support during the coronavirus pandemic. We are committed to delivering a high-quality project at this location, providing positive economic value and look forward to being a community partner for decades to come. We appreciate your consideration and ask for your affirmative vote for this rezoning. And at this time, I'd like to invite up David Osborne, representing the property owner.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Osborne. I'm an attorney from Covington, Georgia, and I'm representing Elliott Construction Company and the property owners, Holly Redeker and Davey Elliott. My clients and I are proud of the things that Mr. Condon just outlined, benefits that will accrue to the county because of this project. As you know, this project involves obtaining easements to extend a sewer line to the property. And this line has been designed not simply to serve my client's property, but to serve the entire basin of the surrounding area. As you may know, these easements do not transfer ownership. They're simply permission to have a sewer line cross property underground. The sewer line passes through areas that are not otherwise buildable anyway. Since you last considered this issue, my clients have worked to obtain almost all of the required easements, negotiating privately and reaching agreements with most of the property owners. Out of the 13 required easements, there are only 2 individuals controlling 4 parcels who have refused to negotiate with my clients despite receiving offers. We continue to invite negotiation in good faith. Hope to reach an agreement to finish out the sewer line. I would like to just ask that you approve this request tonight. I'll be available to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
That's all we have for now.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so at this time now, anyone wishing to speak in opposition, you are welcome to come forward now.
I guess.
Well, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Aziz Brown, and I live off of Kellytown Road, Lost Source Estate. And my comments are, if you put this over there, first of all, you do not mix retail, commercial retail with residence. You are putting our lives, our children's lives, and our property in harm's way. You put this over there, we're gonna have problems. We already have had crime activity over there. We don't need help from outside developers. You guys and the people that want to put this, the developers, you don't live there. So whatever happened, and I'm not making that wrong. Whatever happens over there, we're the ones that have to contend with it. Nobody has come over there and asked us whether we want this or not. We have 4 schools over there. We have a pumpkin patch over there. We had and children from kindergarten to high school. I lost my husband where I live. He passed in that house. I don't want to leave. I don't want to be forced to sell my property because the things are going to change. Trust me. Everybody that lives there, a lot of us come from the big cities. We know what will happen. We know the problems. We know we live in the country. We like that. I would like to invite each of you, before you make a final decision on this, to come over, see what they're talking about, see where it is, and see how the community's living. We have houses over there that's underground. We have houses that's so far back off the road, you can't see them. We have this, where they're talking about building this, we have Kiwi and Streets over there behind Old Kellytown Road. They're not gonna be able to get in and out. You wanna build something to help us? Build a library over there with a tutoring department. We have 8 schools. We have schools on East Lake, and we have schools on Reagan's Road and Moreland. Build us a library with a tutoring department so we can have 100% graduation. Don't force that on us. Please don't. Before you guys make a final decision, think about the residents there and especially the children and our property value. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Please come forward now.
Franklin Cochran, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, I live in that area of Kelly Town. I've been living there 16 years and moved there because of the fact that it's rural, and I like that part of it. Putting grocery stores and all of that stuff, service stations and all of that, we have that. We have that already. You know we have that. You're the commissioner there, so you should know this county. So we got stores down at Airline Road, Kelly Town store. It's comfortable for all of us. We use it. Then if we don't like that, we can go up to Food Depot. We can use that. We can come back and go to the Kroger's. We got grocery stores. Whatever they putting down here, I always wonder why in the world they want to try to do this year in, year out, forcing stuff on people that don't want to have this thing. We don't want that. We told you that last year we didn't want that. The year before that, we didn't want that. So come on, let's make a decision. If people don't want that, then we don't want that. There'll be big trucks coming in and out of there, trying to get around. We got enough traffic on Kelly Town Road right now, getting in and out. So we don't want that. And I'm against it.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Please come forward now.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Hagler. I live on Keeby Road behind where they're proposing to build a development. Last time y'all tabled this because y'all were saying that the property owner needed to work out the sewer easements with the affected property owners. And while they have worked it out apparently with some of them, they haven't worked it out with all of them, and they haven't worked it out with my parents. And I feel like we shouldn't even be having this meeting right now because they haven't done what y'all have asked them to do. And I think it's unfair that y'all are having this meeting right now with all this COVID going on, because there's a lot of people that would be here right now that aren't here because they're afraid to come out because they're afraid they'll get sick. I think that there was a little bit of confusion. I showed a picture of my parents' property and how flooded it gets when it rains. And, I think there was some confusion about what that picture was. That was not overflow from people's septic systems. That wasn't sewage going down the river. That's just rainwater. We're trying to avoid sewage running down our creek. And there's plenty of areas that are already zoned to accommodate this development that are within a couple of miles of this location. So I think that I think they should just leave it like it is and find another place to build. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Please come forward now.
Yes, ma'am. It's Robert Kolpak. At town hall meetings, commissioner meetings, 95% of the speakers that live in the area do not wish to have this development. Made it very clear. From Highway 42 to Highway 155 on East Lake Parkway, there's already vacant commercial land that nobody's buying. That's where this development should go. Why doesn't a community have a voice like the developer does? When the developer makes a bad decision, the community will suffer. And Publix, not a good partner. 2 times they've left Henry County, and we've been stuck with now dollar stores and Planet Fitnesses in 2 different locations, one in Owenwood, one in McDonough. They should stop being cheap and go ahead and buy the already zoned commercial. Who wants to have sewers, rats, trash as they exit their neighborhood? And when they leave our area, what do we have? A big building vacant. Thank you for your time. And the jobs that the man was talking about earlier, I think we already buy groceries, so I'm not sure that we're going to multiply and get more groceries bought at a new store. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition, please come forward now.
Hi, my name is Kylie Harrod. I live at 676 Kibbe Road. The issue before us today is not new. It dates back to 2017 when there was an amendment to amend the county's future land use map for 5 acres at the southeast intersection of State Route 155. Back then and to this date, my neighbors and I have showed up to voice our strong opposition to commercial development in this area. And like Jeremy said, I assure you that if these weren't the conditions today, a lot more neighbors would be here. None of the developments proposed for the property complement the surrounding area. Each is a proposal for commercial development, and it's a proposal that will deteriorate the quality of life of the existing community members that chose to come here for the rural charm, not to live within walking distance of a grocery store. If I wanted that, I would live in the city. Been here for almost 15 years now. But also, this proposal will replace the natural landscape with impervious surfaces, and that will accelerate the runoff with the nearby streams, just like Jeremy was talking about, where it floods his parents' yards and and I think it's fair to say that we already have 2 grocery stores within 5 miles. I can leave my house, I can go grocery shop, and I can be home within 30 minutes or less. We don't need another one. I think it wouldn't even get enough business to make a difference, really. But in closing, I just urge you to listen to my community, my neighbors. Your opposition will secure a better future, not just for me, not just for my community members, but for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Okay, this is Patricia Boston. I've talked about this issue before. As stated previously, many Kellytown residents do not want this development. We have been invaded by all the surrounding counties passing through our streets. Under the conditions, I don't quite understand why there is a prohibition against trucks on Old Kellytown. What happened to Kellytown? Kellytown is invaded by every single county. And Ms. Thomas, I don't think that you know where you live, where we live rather. Old Kellytown and Kellytown are 2 different streets. This is a community. For the safety of the residents, please make sure that you are listening to us. There should be no trucks allowed on Kellytown Road. Please work for the community for once. It says 4 seconds left. I got 4 seconds. Okay, so another thing is I'm trying to understand why is it that residents are here at this building, but yet the residents,
Sounds like time has expired.
For, and you're not here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. I think the time has expired. So that concludes our public hearing at this time, and we will now welcome back the applicant and our Mr. Rudisil to come and address any questions or comments from the board. Okay, so are there any questions or comments from the board at this time? Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to make some comments in reference to this project. I have taken the time to have a town hall over in the Kellytown area at Victory Tabernacle. I have heard from a number of residents in the area, some good and some not, but a lot of them are in favor of this development. One of the questions that arose before was about the sewer system and the water system. I took the time to go talk with the water authorities myself. There were no developers there, no lawyers there, just to the water authorities. We pulled up the plots, we looked at everything. We determined what can be done and if there's an alternative, if necessary, route that can be used. We looked at all those scenarios, because some of my co-commissioners want to make sure that no one was trying to take land, no one was trying to condemn land, and I wanted to go make sure myself. And I have been assured at this point in time, nothing like that has been presented by our water authority, nor has it been considered by our water authorities. I do want to thank this developer for one thing. They're still willing to invest in Henry County, in spite of the fact so many companies are now during this crisis of folding and not going forth with their developments. But this particular developer is still willing to come to Henry County and make this development. I know some of the residents there think that we're trying to invade their area. No, this is called economic development. This is something we have to do to help our county grow properly. Economic development is what we use to help operate this county. As stated, this particular development would bring in somewhere to $220,000 in property tax a year. It's estimated that this development would bring in over $900,000 per year in sales taxes. It's estimated it will bring in over 300 jobs to this particular area. And now when people are looking for jobs, it's very hard to turn away someone who's saying, let us bring jobs to you. I know it's not perfect. There is no such thing as perfection, whether it's a house or whether it's a plaza or whether it's a building. But I have to look at the greater good for the whole county. And what would this bring to the county and the residents of the county? Years from now, there will be people able to buy homes, people able to live in this area, people able to start other small businesses because of the fact we took the time to let this development take place. I have worked very closely with them to make sure they complement the area in their structures, in their designs. As Mr. Connor said, they now have added other green space to the area, green space that was not there, and they are going to allow, and I spoke to Mr. Connor again, pushing them to the edge and said, what about letting some teenagers design that area with you? He said, great, I'll be glad to work with them to make sure that the voices of the community are heard as to what we need to put in that green space. So now we have the green space. We have something that offers job. We have commercial development to relieve some of the tax burden off of the residents of Henry County. These are all good things. Not easy to swallow, but they are good things. We have jobs to offer, internships to offer to students who are at those schools that people some type of real life experience to their students because of this crisis that we're in. So I want to say to my fellow commissioners, I have worked with how this development will be structured. I have looked at the green space. I have gone to our Henry County Water Authority to make sure that sewage and water issues are addressed properly. I have pushed for even opportunity for our teams to be involved in how this whole layout would be and designing for them to complement the area. I have answered and talked to people about this specific project, and I do say it is not perfect, but it is something we need to embark upon because it's going to lead to great economic development for Henry County. And right now, that's what we need to do, put those seeds in the ground for economic development for the growth of this county. So based upon that, I do support this project. I am asking for the other commissioners to support it as we go forth, Madam Chair, and I will wait for a proper time to make the motion.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
Madam Chair, I would like to make the motion that this project be approved with the stipulations that have been outlined by Planning and Zoning Department, which is a list of them. And we have given those stipulations to the developer in writing. So they do and are aware of them. They are willing to meet those stipulations as they have testified to earlier. So my motion is for approval of this project.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? I see Commissioner Barham with the second. Any further discussion or comments?
And Chair, before you vote, could we confirm, and maybe Stacy can confirm, I believe it was 9 conditions, and I think it would be worthy to ensure we're all talking about the same conditions.
Okay, thank you again. Mr. Rudisell, do you by chance have those conditions that can be shared for the record?
Yes, there are indeed 9 conditions. The conditions are the same as what they were before, except that since the site plan that was presented tonight was updated, we updated the date of that site plan, and that is the only change.
And for the record, do you have a copy of the 9 conditions that can be shared on the screen?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. Madam Chair, these conditions are going to be across a couple of screens. So bear with me.
And that's fine, so long as you at least pause it just for the record, that would be great. So we're all on the same page.
Yes, ma'am. These are the first three conditions.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You, all right. Can you just go back to the other one just for a quick second? It went too fast, and then we'll move forward. Okay. Thank you. The next one, please. Okay, those are 1 through 3. And we just needed the final one. Okay, I think it was captured.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so we've had a motion and a second. Any further discussions or comments from the board? Okay, I cannot see the full board at this time, so I need to do the screen share, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we've had a motion and a second, and no comments from the board that I heard. So at this time, those in favor, please raise your hands by, please vote in favor by raising your hands. Okay, just for the record, anyone opposed? Okay, County Clerk, can you confirm that motion and vote, please?
Commissioner Thomas made a motion to approve with the 9 conditions with the added approval of the site plan, which was updated. Commissioner Barnum seconded it. The vote was unanimous 6-0.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we will now move into the next public hearing, and I do know that we've got to go through some logistics to allow those to exit out due to social distancing and to allow those for the next public hearing to enter in.
You mean trucks are coming down our road? No, because see, we just got screwed. They got what?
Well,
So the trucks are coming down Town Road?
okay, as they're getting ready for the next public hearing,
Chambers.
okay, the next public hearing will be RZ 1922. And this is a Reservoir Group requesting a rezoning from residential agriculture to residential suburban for property located at 1555 Chambers Road. And the request is for single-family homes and townhomes, and that is in District 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And again, we will now turn it back over to our planning and zoning team for the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. This is 54.45 acres on the west side of Chambers Road. They're requesting a rezoning from RA to RS, which is residential suburban. Residential suburban is a zoning district that allows for a mixture of different types of housing products. In this case, the developer is proposing a mix of townhouses and single-family homes, and the single-family homes are divided between lot widths of 75 feet and lot widths of 60 feet. The zoning map is illustrated for you to see. You can see that this property is zoned RA, but in the immediate vicinity, especially to the south and to the east on Chambers Road, that deep yellow color indicates property that is zoned R3. And also, as you get closer to Jonesboro Road, you see that there are other properties that are zoned non-residential as well. The future land use map does call for a medium density residential for this area, as indicated in this peach color. The applicant's site plan shows 42 townhomes and 107 single-family homes. And these single-family homes are divided between 14 lots, which are 75 feet wide, and the balance of 93 lots at 60 feet wide. The Zoning Advisory Board held a hearing on November the 21st, and they did recommend approval with 10 conditions. And I'd be pleased to answer questions.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, this is a public hearing, so we will begin that process of those wishing to speak in favor of this zoning, including the applicant, are asked to come forward and will be granted a total of 10 minutes. And then afterwards, those wishing to speak in opposition will be granted a total of 10 minutes as well.
Evening again, Steve Moore, Morehouse Consulting, 1350 Keys Ferry Court, McDonough, Georgia, representing the Reservoir Group. In this application, Stacy mentioned, our request is to rezone this 55 acres or 54.5 acres to residential suburban for the development of a 149 lot community. There's 3 pods of development, 60-foot lots, 75-foot lots, and what we're calling senior cottages, which are in the very back of the project across the, on the other side of the lake. We're proposing 2 entrances onto Chambers Road, as is required by the ULDC. The southernmost entrance would serve the majority of the lots, and the northern entrance would enter through the larger of the lots, which are the 75-foot lots. These entrances, the southern entrance would really serve as the primary entrance, would consist of a divided median roadway, monument signage, a water feature, and some really heavy hardscape and landscape at that entrance. We proposed a 30-foot buffer around the perimeter of the property just to protect the adjacent tracks, and a central amenity within the community. There'll be actually 2 amenities. One would be for the 60 and 75-foot lots, and then there'll be a second separate private amenity for the senior cottages that would be more oriented towards that use. It would be for that area, might have a pickleball area or some kind of walking paths and open air pavilions and dog parks and access to the lake. And the other would be more family oriented with playgrounds and a pool and a cabana and that type of amenity. As it's drawn, our current proposal is for the 75-foot wide lots, the houses to be in the 2,800 to 3,000 square foot range. For the 60-foot lots to be in the 2,400 to 2,500 square foot range. We did read through the ZAB conditions, have no issues with those. We're fine with the side entry garages where feasible. We think that that's something that's easy to accommodate, more easy on the 75-foot lots and especially on the corner lots where we have some flexibility. It gets a little challenging on the 60-foot lots to provide side entry, but we do commit to provide those where feasible. As Stacy mentioned, we are under the maximum allowable density that's allowed under our future land use map designation. And with that, I will stop talking and continue on if anyone else has anything to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Please come forward now.
Chair and members of the board, my name is Gene Morris, McDonough, Georgia. I'm one of the property owners on this site. My mother is another, and we very much think this is a great project, not just because we're the property owners, but 2 years ago when we decided it was time to sell a little bit of land, we chose Drew Camp because he's one of the top and best developers in Henry County. And we wanted a quality product because if you recall, when you look at the project plan, there's a large white rectangular out parcel on Chambers Road. We are keeping that 15 acres in our home place. So we will be surrounded on 3 sides by this development. I think that should show that we believe this to be a quality development, something that will add to the quality of the neighborhood. The other thing I want to speak on is there have been folks say that this is high density request. This is definitely not a high density request. This is a medium density request. And the area is medium density under the future land use plan and map, which this board adopted about 2 years ago. So it fully complies with the standards set by this board, and we think that's a good standard. It's about a mile from the I-75 interchange. It's convenient for the get into work in Atlanta. It's also convenient for the restaurants and the stores. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor, please come forward now. Again, anyone else wishing to speak in favor, please come forward now. Okay, at this time, anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please come forward now.
We have one.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, my name is John Chrysler, and I live on Chambers Road. And I have a question I'd like to ask. Am I mistaken that RS is 6 residents per acre? Is that true?
Okay, you can make your comment and then we'll have staff to respond to it after you've made all your comments, sir.
So if it's 6 residences per acre, how is that not high density? Another comment is that the Chambers Crossing and also the Creekside and the current Telfair residence is right there next to that property. None of those are over R2. One of them is R1, I think, and the others are R2. So at least that's my understanding. If that's not true, I'd like to know that. I'd also like to finally say that I am opposed to high density, low quality development. And would like to state that as our position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Kirk, will you confirm that that is our last individual to speak in opposition?
Yes, ma'am, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, that concludes our public hearing on this matter. So at this time, we invite the applicant along with Mr. Rudisill to come and address any questions or comments from the board. Say, are there any questions or comments from the board at this time? Okay. My question goes back to could you explain more about the cottages? Because I hear the word cottages and then the zoning matter spoke about townhomes. Can you speak more about that?
Yes, ma'am. They are essentially, they would be attached like a townhome, but look more like a cottage, if that makes sense. Because they're oriented towards seniors, they would be, more flats, less 2 stories. But they would be attached. They would have an architectural theme that is more in line with cottage. If that explains it, I apologize. But in very technical terms, planning and zoning wise, you could probably say they're townhomes and that they are attached. But again, they would be age targeted and a little bit different architecture. It's more conducive for a senior project.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, Commissioner Clemens. Okay, you're muted. I'm sorry.
Patrick, this question is for you. We've had extensive conversation with the residents in that area, and that area we do not want to see any multifamily townhomes on Chamber because of the distance of that road and impact that it will have on that road. If we go with RS and we put conditions in, what is it that we can do to stop them to make sure that no one can come back and do multifamily? I'm really concerned about that because just like tonight, when we did the Nut property, then the developer was able to come back and they can get things changed. So I really don't want to do conditions with something if it's a possibility that people can come back and add in multifamily. Is there anything to stop that other than the conditions? I mean, a future board could change that, correct?
yes, a future board can always change any of your zoning decisions. There's no law. In fact, the law would prohibit a restriction on future boards to rezone properties. So you can impose conditions. Those conditions will remain enforceable unless and until a future board amends those conditions.
Okay. Okay.
All right, any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
Chairwood, I would like to, and I guess, Patrick, the question would be, do we deny this RS and ask the applicant if they want to go with an R3 zoning, which I think is more prevalent for this community in this area? And I do have conditions for the R3 zoning, or we just deny the RS altogether?
Well,
can't hear you, Pat.
We can't hear you. No, we cannot hear you.
Well, I'll say this for the board. I think that this property needs to be developed with a high quality product. I have had a meeting with the constituents, and I do have a list of all the questions that they had. We actually had a town hall this morning at 11 a.m. They want to make sure that it stays low to medium. They want to make sure that the property values are protected. They want to make sure that the developer is addressing the infrastructure challenges that will come on Chamber, and that we have a quality product there. So I did email all of you the 14 conditions for this property. If we go with the R3 zoning for this property, we want to make sure that every home is 2,800 square feet up. There's a lake on the property, and we're asking that some of those houses will be up to 3,000 square feet. So we have put those in the conditions that I've shared with you all. Stacy can read them out if you guys don't have them, but it is 14 conditions. And the main thing that I want to address is that the first condition asks that this developer does a traffic impact study. And it says that all improvements noted on the impact study shall be required at the owner's and developer's expense. And it should be required prior to them starting the construction of the project. So we can address the infrastructure that way. I think having the 2,800 square feet homes or bigger will address the quality of the homes. Of course, we've got all of what our zoning department has put in as far as four-sided bricks with stucco in there. The right-of-way along the frontage road is there. Public access points with access and acceleration and deceleration lanes are there. There's a 30-foot landscape buffer that's there. And these, you guys, all commissioners have this in their email as well. It's a minimum of 60 foot of all single families detached homes shall include a covered porch with a minimum of 8 foot and minimum depth in 6 feet for the balance of all single families detached homes. So they all have a covered porch on them. All homes should be a minimum of 2,800 square feet heated space. There's a mandatory homeowners association. And the entryways coming into this subdivision shall be brick and stone monumental signage on both sides of the division, not just one side. So that's if the developer wants to accept the R3 zoning. I was the RS zoning with the conditions that they had to take out the townhomes. We don't want the multi townhomes on this property. But I'm very scared that if we do the RS zoning, that
I'm not muted.
And for the townhomes to be added back in because the zoning is there and the precedence has been set for the RS zoning on Chambers.
Commissioner, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so my recommendation to you would be if you think R3 with those conditions is the appropriate zoning condition, you make that motion and the board vote on it. If you want to ask the developer whether they'll consent to it, that's fine, but that's not necessary in my opinion. In my opinion, the zoning decision is left to the board, and if that's the zoning you think is appropriate, make that a motion. If it's seconded and approved, that will be the zoning for the property.
I make the motion that we.
I have a question. Yeah, I was a little confused. What did you say regarding, or the townhomes in or townhomes out? Based on-
Townhomes are out. You can't do townhomes in R3 at all.
Okay, and so when we talk about the cottages, they're still,
That's the same thing. Can't be there.
so they're taking
All
out, so
single-family
everything's
homes.
2,800. Okay, all right, well, good, because that was my concern. All right, thank you.
All
And if
single-family
I could
homes.
make one more suggestion, it might be a good idea that if those conditions are in writing anywhere, that let's display them. I've not seen them and
Stacy, I sent them to you all in an email. Everybody should have them. Stacy, can you pull them up? Two Sutton had them.
Madam Commissioner, what we're operating off of right now are PowerPoints, and we don't have that email in a PowerPoint at this time.
Okay, and
Mayor's emails.
Well, I'm looking at my email and I'm just looking for, I guess, the clarification. I see the statement under number 10 that says all homes shall be a minimum of 2,800 square feet heated space. So I guess that is to clarify that there are no cottages or anything there, correct?
Well, also, Chair Wood, that's not allowed in R3 zoning. In R3 zoning, it's single-family households. If we do R3, then we can't get cottages. Even the board after us would have to come back and change the entire zoning to do that.
what we need to do, commissioners, is we need to make sure those conditions are in the record at this meeting. So if someone has them, I didn't get an email with them. If someone has and can just read through them so that they're part of the record and then to make the motion subject to those conditions.
I just read them, Patrick. You were off, but I can read them again if I need to. We just read them. I just read them. You want me to read them again?
As long as you read them and they were phrased in the way you want them, I was able to hear them. It sounded like you summarized some. I just want to make sure that what you said are the conditions that you want. And what you said reflected what you meant.
All right, well, I just,
Go ahead.
yeah, I
Chair.
just submitted them to you via email. Mr. Hochstatter, I'm not sure if you can pull it up to share.
I don't have the capability of sharing a document, I don't think.
Okay.
For the record, I want to state it into the record for the homeowners in that area that are watching. One, there's no townhomes. It's not a RS zoning. Every house has to be a minimum of 2,800 square feet. That they have to do a impact traffic study that has to be completed during the building process. Is that correct, Stacy?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'll read that specifically. Let me just read all of them, Patrick, to be clear.
I think that's best.
That would be great.
A traffic impact study shall be required prior to development. That says prior to development. That's the main key. So the traffic impact study has to be done prior to development. Since the development exceeds the threshold requiring such a study, per the requirements of the ULDC, all improvements noted in the study shall be required at the owner's and the developer's expense. 2, the dwelling unit building exterior shall consist entirely of a combination of 2 or more of the following on all sides: brick, stone, and cement. Fiberboard, vinyl-based products are only permitted in the soffit and facade of this. All single-family homes shall include a minimum of 2-car garages, and garages shall be side entry. Owner and developer shall preserve the right-of-way along site's frontage based on the AASHTO 35-mile-per-hour design curve for 80 degrees, right-of-way 40 each side of the center line. Owner and developer shall coordinate with Henry County Department of Transportation to determine the approved alignment. All public site access points to Chambers Road shall be located such that the minimum intersection site distance and minimum spacing requirements are met per the ULDC. Each public egress and ingress access shall require a de-acceleration lane and acceleration taper. A 30-foot buffer shall be maintained around the development's periphery, except for the road connectivity. A minimum of 60% of all single-family detached homes shall include a covered front porch with a minimum of 8 feet and a minimum depth of 6 feet for the porch. Development shall have a mixture of 100-foot wide, 70-foot wide, and 60-foot wide lots with appropriate development standards. All homes shall be a minimum of 2,800 square feet heated space. There should be a mandatory homeowners association All disturbed areas shall be sodded except where landscaping is present or installed. Entryways shall include a brick and/or stone monumental signage on both sides. Amenities shall include a minimum central mailbox facility, a clubhouse, and a pool. And we're gonna add 15, that it shall include walkways and trails around the lake, a dog park, and playground for number 15.
Okay, well, we've got that for the record. Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Clemens, for reading that through for us. Okay, so at this time, we've heard conversation and comments. So any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, so at this time, the floor is now open for a motion.
So I want to make a motion to deny the RS zoning and then make a motion to accept the zoning as an R3 zoning.
Subject to those
Okay.
conditions you just read.
Subject to, okay, let me do it again. I want to make a motion to deny the RS zoning and make a motion to accept this with an R3 zoning subject to the 15 conditions that I just stated.
Very good. Okay, thank you. So I see a second from Commissioner Holmes. Any further discussion, questions, or comments? Mr. Rudisil,
Chair, would it be out of order to ask a question?
you may, well, this is for board's discussion at this point, but we'll go ahead. What question do you have?
Okay, so we've got a question about number 9, especially as it relates to number 3. Number 9 requires a mixture of 100-foot wide, 75-foot wide, and 60-foot wide. But the applicant has informed us that with 75-foot wide and especially 60-foot wide lots, it's going to be impossible to have side entry garage. So we didn't know if maybe there was some sort of flexibility on that.
Side entry where feasible.
Yes, ma'am. We can, yes, ma'am, I can note that.
And let me say this, the applicant doesn't get anything else other than this R3 because this gives us a great community here. We're gonna stay with the precedents that's already been set. And if there's any more questions or changes, then we'll just not do the subdivision at all.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So with the clarification regarding condition number 9, Commissioner Clemens, I just want to make sure that your motion still stands as it was that you stated.
We're just changing, the number 3 will be side entry where feasible. We just feasible in number 3.
Got it. All right, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Had that question and comment. So at this time, are there any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, so all in favor, please raise your hands by raising your hands. If you're in favor, raise your hands. Okay, just for the record, anyone in opposition? Okay, so County Clerk, will you confirm that motion and vote, please?
The motion was made by Commissioner Clemens to deny RS zoning and approve R3 with the 15 conditions as read into the record, with the added on number 3 side entry where adding the words where feasible. The vote or the Commissioner Holmes seconded, and the vote was approved unanimously 6-0.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, that concludes our planning and zoning items for this evening. We'll now move into the SPLOS items, and the first one is a resolution regarding the awarding of the on-call material and field testing services. Again, this is one that the board has requested that we bring forth before discussion. So at this time, we'll invite Mr. Rocky Romero for that presentation.
Good evening, Chair and board members.
Good evening.
I will try to share my presentation here. It is. Okay. Okay. All right, so this is for SPLOS on-call materials and field testing services, but not only SPLOS can use it, also DOT, Stormwater, and any other department. The purchasing department issued a request for qualification RFQ for the on-call material and field testing services for annual contract RFQ number 20-20. 7 proposals were received, which were reviewed and scored by an evaluation committee. The top 3 most qualified firms were selected: Construction Material Services, Inc., Terracon, and United Consulting Group. Funding for materials and field testing services is available in the individual projects accounts. Staff is recommending award for the on-call materials and field testing services annual contract to Construction Material Services, Inc., Terracon, and United Consulting Group. I will take any questions at this time.
Okay, are there any questions from the board? Commissioner Barr, unmute your phone, please.
Yes, Rocky. I know this is RFQ, and I guess my question, how does price going to play a part in this? I know we've had several discussions about this. I've had several discussions with the county manager about it also. And then the next item, we'll talk about that one too. But why not use all 7 of these and get the best price we can get?
So Commissioner, how it works on this is we will be issuing, as we do projects, to those 3 consultants, the list or the items that we're going to be testing: GAB, asphalt, concrete testing. We will be sending them what we need per project. And they are the most qualified, so they are going to be the companies that will be giving the prices.
But my question still goes back. We got 7 vendors here that do meet the qualifications. And so how are you going to decide who gets it? I mean, is it just going to be Rocky's decision, or is it going to be based upon price?
It's going to be based on price on those 3 most qualified. So what it helps is first of all, it's going to be the lowest of those 3. The second thing is we don't have to wait 30 days. If we just put it out for bid, we'll have to go through the normal process, and we'll be waiting 30 days for everything. For this, we can, since they're already pre-selected, it will only take about a week. So it does expedite the process.
Okay, well, I'm certainly happy that we do have a local vendor, and
We do.
that's all I got right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, the floor is now open for a motion. The floor, okay, I see Commissioner Wilson with the motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Holmes makes a second. Any further discussion or comments? My comment is that I was too glad to see that there's a local vendor included in that, because we definitely need to support as much as we can locally. So that was good news. All right, so we've had a motion and a second and comments. Any other comments from the board? All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, I can't see Commissioner Clemens. Anyone opposed? And so, County Clerk, can you read that motion and vote, please?
Commissioner Wilson made the motion to approve. Commissioner Holmes seconded. The vote was 5-0-1 with Commissioner Clemens not present during that vote.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll now move into the next item, which is also a SPLOST item, or resolution approving the on-call engineer for transportation project.
Yes, Chair, let me pull the presentation.
Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Would you please check for technical difficulties for Commissioner Clemens before we go forward?
Sure.
Thank you.
Can the team check for technical difficulties, please?
Can you hear me?
We can now. Okay, there you go. Yes. Okay, we may proceed, Mr. Romero.
Thank you. Sure. A request for qualifications for the on-call engineering design services was solicited to expedite the procurement process for funded transportation projects. The purchasing department issued a request for qualification, or RFQ, for the on-call engineering design services, RFQ number 20-41. The following categories included intersection improvements and dirt roads. 12 proposals for intersection improvements were received, which were reviewed and scored by an evaluation committee. The following 5 most qualified firms for the intersection improvements were selected: Heath and Lineback Engineers, Himley Horn, Pro Engineering, Hahn Company, and American Engineering. For the dirt roads, there were also 12 proposals received, and they were reviewed and scored by an evaluation committee as well. The following 5 most qualified firms for dirt roads were Heath and Lineback Engineering, Himley Horn, BH&B, Hahn Company, and Croy Engineering. Funding for engineering design services is available in each individual project budgets. Staff recommends approval for the on-call engineering design services for transportation projects. I will take any question at this time.
Okay, thank you. The floor is now open for any questions or comments. Can't see the screen. If you remove your screen share, please, and that way I can see all the commissioners, please.
Yes.
Hey, Rocky, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Holmes, I think I heard your voice. I can't see everybody yet, but we're working on it.
During the last resolution, we talked a lot about local vendors. Do we have any local vendors on this current resolution?
No, sir. Not that we're on the top 5.
Because I know Falcon Design has been on a previous list, and I would like to see Falcon Design incorporated into this resolution. Since they are local.
If I may, I can go back and share my screen.
Yes.
I'm still sharing, I think. Okay. And I can show you the scores, Commissioner.
Yeah. Rocky, I really don't need to see the scores.
Okay.
I mean,
we're just following
Falcon Design. Falcon Design has done a number of jobs for the county and the cities in our county, and they've done a great job. So I'm not asking to take anybody off. I'm just asking to add them as a vendor since they are local and we don't have any local vendors on the list.
They are in our stormwater on-call services. They were just on the dirt roads. I believe they were number 6.
Can I say something, Chairwood?
Commissioner Holmes, are you done before we go to Commissioner Clemens?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Clemens, yes, you may.
Rocky, I was looking at the local vendors that we have, and that's one of the things that Commissioner Barham was talking about, our local vendors. They scored a 95, and the 5 top people all scored a 97. So I think it's only fair that, I mean, especially with what has been happening in our community with COVID and businesses being closed, this is a great opportunity to be able to help one of our local vendors. So I concur with Commissioner Holmes that Falcon Design, who only had 2 points difference in the top 5 that are in our backyard, should be a part of this process.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? I have a question. I too definitely request that we support what businesses, but what is our policy that we have regarding support of local vendors, and what we're doing is, within policy? Because that to me is going to be the key. And if we're trying to definitely need to do anything to change the policy, I definitely think the board needs to talk about that. But can you answer what's the policy that we are supporting or not by our recommendations? I too want to support local business, but I want to do it within the policies.
I would Chair, I would refer that to the purchasing director or David Smith, who is over the purchasing. We just follow, just to let you know, we just follow the purchasing guidelines on this.
Yeah.
So asking to add somebody, the board of commissioners can do that if they choose to. But we just follow the purchasing policies in this procurement.
Chair Wood, this is the county manager. In terms of, because this is an on-call engineering design services, if it's the will of the board to add 7 vendors, that is certainly at the discretion of the board. And so there's nothing that would be outside of making that decision. Now, I will say on the RFQ where I think Falcon was at 418.5 on dirt roads, for intersection improvements, there were several other vendors that scored higher. So I would use some caution in maybe we need to add those vendors if we're going to add Falcon, because under the intersection improvements, Falcon was at 398.5, and there was another vendor who actually scored higher at that 419.5. So if we do, obviously, I think the will of the board is to add a local vendor. There is nothing against us doing that, or at least against you all having the ability to do it. All this will do is make it easier for Rocky to be able to request proposals from these vendors. So if the board chooses to add all of them, we can certainly do that as well. What Rocky wants to do is try to expedite the process rather than having to review 12 different proposals. We'll review, in this case, it sounds like 6 different. But there is nothing in terms of the policy that will restrict the board from adding additional vendors to the award, or at least to the resolution.
Okay, Commissioner Barham, and then I've got a statement rather. Commissioner Barham. Okay, can someone unmute Commissioner Barham? Okay, Commissioner Barham, you're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. I agree with Commissioner Holmes and Commissioner Clemens. I think, when you look at these companies, you look at this, the first one, Heath and Lineback, well, they probably spend a lot more money than some of these other people putting their portfolio out. And I guess it really looks attractive, but I certainly support our local vendors as well. And I support Falcon Design being put on the list. Thank you.
Okay, and my position is that in the resolution, I think that we should make a note that is for local vendors, but I also see another local vendor on here other than Falcon Design. There is also DRMP that is listed on here, and the resolution should, in my opinion, if it's going to be to support local vendors, it should be local vendors. So again, of course, you've got to make sure that they meet the qualifications, but I just think that instead of identifying one, we need to make sure that we're being consistent with any local vendor. And I don't know if DRMP should be excluded from what we're talking about. So.
Sure would.
Yeah, I was wondering, someone, Ms. Matthews can respond to that. I mean, or Mr. Romero, is there an issue of why DRMP should not be excluded in this consideration of local vendors?
Well, you can see there's a lot of noise in the background, but based on the scores, Chair, DRMP on the intersections, they were last. They have a small office here in Stockbridge. A lot of the work, reading the proposal, a lot of their engineers are either in Florida and other states. They basically have 3 people working here in Henry County. That's what I got out of their proposal. So a lot of the work is probably most likely going to be farmed out to another state of their offices. It's a big company, so.
Chair Wood, this Commissioner Clemens,
yes. Mm-hmm.
I think that we have to support local vendors, and it needs to be part of our process because we do have a local vendor policy. But I also think that it should be local vendors that are qualified and that meet the qualifications. And I spelled out and I made specific reference to Falcon Design only being 2 points away in one situation, and in the other one, they scored higher than one of the ones in the top 5 in 2 other situations. So I didn't say Falcon Design just because they were local, but I want to reiterate that they need to be local but competitive with the top people on the list. They were.
And I agree. I just want, and thank you, Commissioner Clemens. I just wanted to clarify that for the record. So that's why I brought that up intentionally. Okay, did I hear another commissioner? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Romero. Is there another? I can't see everyone due to the screen share. So,
Chair, if I could add, I'm looking in your purchasing policy, procurement policy right now. I think it's silent. I think the procurement policy doesn't speak to RFQs, but I would recommend that rather than picking a 6th or 7th approved contractor and skipping over some that scored higher, I would recommend that you expand the list of qualified engineers down to reach that one, because I think if someone is skipped over, I think that creates a problem and a potential claim from someone that we skip over. And so I'm looking at the list for dirt roads. Falcon Design, it looks like they came in 6th place for dirt roads, and it looks like for intersection improvements, they were 7th place. 8th place. You may want to, rather than skipping the ones that scored higher, you may want to just expand that list. Now, Rocky retains some discretion on who he asks for proposals from when he gets down to a specific project. But it bothers me a little bit to skip over higher scoring vendors when we don't have a specific policy that tells us how we do that. So I might make that recommendation.
Chair Wood, I believe that's what I said earlier, that we did not need to skip over vendors as well. I also want, just for clarification, we do have a policy for vendors, which is the Henry County Initiative, but it's only for sealed bids. And so because this was not sealed bids, that's why we could not make that available to our local vendors.
All right.
okay, Commissioner Holmes, you got a statement?
I was ready to make a motion.
Okay, all right. Are any other questions or comments from anyone else? Okay, Commissioner Holmes, you may make the motion.
Yeah, I move to approve with the addition of adding Falcon Design to the list for dirt roads.
Okay, we've heard a motion. Is there a second? Okay, we see Commissioner Thomas has made the second. Any further discussion? So my question, Commissioner Holmes, is your motion didn't include Falcon Design in the evaluation, in the intersection improvements.
They came in 6th for dirt roads, and I thought that was a safer bet to make the motion to add them for dirt roads. But I'm okay with adding them under intersection improvements as well, if it's the will of the board.
Okay, Commissioner. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Holmes, for answering that question. Commissioner Barham, your thoughts?
Yes, so we're talking about extending it down to 8 people on the transportation projects, and then down to 6 on the dirt roads. Is that correct?
That's what Commissioner Holmes, will you clarify that regarding your motion? Because I don't want to. Is that what you're implying?
Yeah. For the intersections, we have the 5 most qualified, and for dirt roads, we have the 6 most qualified, which would include Falcon.
Okay, so your motion is still regarding only for dirt roads then, is that correct, Commissioner Holmes?
For Falcon Design, yes.
Okay, okay. All right, any other questions or comments? I thought Commissioner Barham, you still have the floor, okay?
Yes, I thought we would we were trying to include Falcon Design also on the transportation project.
Okay,
Include the first 8.
okay, all right. The first 8 or the first 6 on both?
First 8 on the transportation and 6 on the dirt roads.
Okay.
It's actually intersection improvements. I'm sorry, it's intersection improvements, Commissioner Barnes.
Okay, so I'm going to rescind my initial motion and make a motion to approve the first 8 on intersection improvements and the top 6 on dirt roads. For the
Okay.
on-call list.
Okay, we've got that motion. Is there a second? Okay, we see Commissioner Barnes, second. Any further discussion, questions, or comments?
I do have one question. Once we approve this, we're still going to do some type of bidding process on this. We're not just going to hand
Right.
pick whoever we like the most. Is that
No,
correct?
no, that's correct, Commissioner. It'll be those 8 or those 6 will get the project, and they will give us whoever's the lowest bidder on that specific project, dirt road or intersection. That's who gets the project to design.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay,
Thanks,
so
sir.
we've had a motion and a second. Any further questions or comments? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that looks unanimous. Just want to make sure, any opposed? Okay, County Clerk, can you confirm that motion and vote, please?
Commissioner Holmes made a motion to approve the first 8 vendors listed on the intersection improvements and the top 6 on the dirt roads. Commissioner Barnes seconded. The vote was unanimous, 6-0.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move to our next lost item, which is a resolution to bid award 20-47 for construction of Peaksville Road SPLOST 4 dirt road improvements in District 1. So Mr. Romero, if you'll make that presentation as well.
Yes, Chair. 1 second. Oh, here we go. Yeah. SPLOST 4 was approved by the voters in November of 2013. Peaksville Road is an approved District 1 SPLOST 4 dirt road improvement project. Seal bids were solicited through the purchasing department for the grading, widening, and paving of Peaksville Road from New Hope to the bridge. 10 seal bids were received and reviewed. The lowest bid was Pavement Construction in the amount of $1,384,109.75. That's the section of Peaksville from the bridge on the lower part of your screen all the way to New Hope. Staff recommends awarding the bid to the lowest bidder, which is Pavement Construction, in the amount stated. I will take any questions at this time.
All right, thank you. So are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
I have a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and then a second from Commissioner Barnes. Any discussion or comments? Okay, all in favor, please signal by raising your hand. Okay, for the record, any are opposed? Okay, County Clerk, will you confirm that motion and vote, please? Okay, County Clerk, are you there? You may be muted. Okay, basically, I'll just restate the motion and vote. It was a resolution to approve the award for the construction of Peaksville Road, SPLOST 4 dirt road improvements. The motion was made by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Barnes. The vote was 6-0. Okay, thank you. We're now moving to the last item under SPOS, and this is a resolution to approve the bid award for grading, widening, and paving of Burma Road, and that's in District 3.
Yes, Chair. Let me go to Burma. There we go.
Meanwhile, as he's bringing that up, can someone check the technical difficulties for Ms. Stephanie Braun to confirm that she's okay? Okay,
Yes,
Mr. Rivera, you may proceed.
Okay, yes, Chair. Burma Road is a SPLOS 4 project. It's under the resurfacing, widening, and paving. Approved SPLOS 4 for District 3. Seal bids were solicited through the purchasing department for the grading, widening, and paving of Burma Road. 6 seal bids were received and reviewed. The lowest bid was from Summit Construction and Development for the amount of $196,805 with 50 cents. There we go. And there's Burma Road. It's right off Stroud Road, and it's a little bit over half a mile. Staff recommends awarding the bid. Oh, wrong person. Awards the bid to Summit Construction in the amount stated. I'll take any questions at this time.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, if you can remove the screen share so that I can see the commissioners, please, that would be great. Okay, so I'll definitely listen. Are there, so the floor is now open for a motion. See Commissioner Barnes for a motion to approve, Commissioner Holmes for a second. Any further discussion or comments? Okay, all in favor, please signal by raising your hand. Okay, it looks 6-0. Any opposed for the record? Okay, County Clerk, will you confirm the motion and the vote, please?
Commissioner Barham made a motion to approve. Commissioner Holmes seconded. The vote was 6-0.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, we thank you for those items under SPLOS. And again, as noted in the amended agenda, the 2 items under the finance were removed from tonight's agenda. So at this time now, we will move to the Board of Commissioners items. And the first one is a resolution to rescind Resolution 20-88 to move forward with a T-SPLOS referendum on the March 2021 ballot. And Mr. Jockstetter is the presenter.
Thank you and good evening, Commissioners. This is really a cleanup item. You left us with a resolution from several months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, about proceeding with the T-SPLOS on the November ballot. And if you'll recall, we were on an extraordinarily tight schedule. When we had the recent COVID outbreak that caused us to sort of slow down our meeting schedule and our public meetings, we had to cancel the required joint meeting with all of the cities. And as a result of that delay, we just don't believe it's feasible. In fact, I don't think it's going to be feasible at all based on the time limits that we're required to meet between now and when this matter goes on the ballot for us to complete the work that needs to be completed to have T-SPLOS in November. So we didn't want to just leave it hanging with a resolution that directed us to do one thing and not do it. We wanted to make sure we brought to the board's attention that at this point, it's just not going to be feasible to get it on the ballot in time. And we've prepared this resolution to have the board instruct us to shift our attention to putting this on the March ballot instead.
Okay, thank you for that presentation and update. So are there any questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Holmes?
Yeah, we talked about why March wouldn't be a good idea. Next year is a non-election year, and T-SPLOS would be the only thing on the ballot, so it would definitely fail because there will be a very low voter turnout next year. So I think our best bet, if we really want to get the T-SPLOS passed, would be 2022. I couldn't support next March. It would be a total wasted effort by this board to try to do it.
Okay, are there any other questions? Commissioner Thomas?
I definitely want to support what Commissioner Holmes simply stated. T-Splosh is very, very important. It's important to the growth and development of Henry County. We need to make sure whenever we present it to the county, we're presenting it in a fashion that it will be looked at and reviewed by as many voters as possible. So I do not believe that March is a good time for this T-Splosh to be back on the ballot at all. I do support the 2022. I do want to note that we want to have our transportation director to start the research that's needed to make sure we understand what the needs of the county are in reference to T-Splosh and what other options we can offer them in forms of different transportation modes under the T-Splosh.
Okay, Commissioner Clemens?
Patrick, can you answer a question about when the E-Splosh, which is for the school board, is going to be coming back around again? I did have some conversations with them about some overcrowding of schools and when they were planning to build schools. So let's see when they're coming around, because if E-Splosh is going to be coming up in 2021, that might be a time for us to join efforts with them as well. I don't want us to say 2022 unless we know when E-Splosh is coming back around.
I'm not sure I know when they're bringing their E-Splosh back. I think Sherry may have had some conversations early on, so I think she may know more about that than I do.
Commissioner Clemens, you are exactly correct. E-Splosh, it is my understanding that they are looking to bring theirs on the March ballot of next year.
So Commissioner Holmes and Commissioner Thomas, I know that people need more schools built. Our schools are overcrowded. People are going to come out for that E-Splosh. It might be an opportunity for us. So if we just cancel this one, we don't have to set a date, but I think we should still continue to move forward with the planning, still talking to the cities, talking about what projects we can get done, and then we can decide in January once the school board announces. But I think that might be a good time for us to join efforts with the school board.
Okay, and my thoughts are, I definitely agree that we need to move forward with the planning, specifically in identifying any issues that we already have with any joint agreements with the cities, and then to plan with our transportation director some priorities and also coordinate a lot of these projects, not just internally to Henry County with the cities, but also in coordination with GDOT and the Atlanta Region Commission as well. So I too would say, let's continue the planning and would probably consider, let's look at March primarily because we definitely have transportation needs right now, and putting it off into 2022 is going to cause a bigger delay. But again, I'm flexible on those dates.
And I will say, Sherwood, that I don't think that it should be on the ballot by itself. I agree that it will not make it on a ballot by itself. But if we have the efforts of the E-Splosh on there, then we may have a chance with it.
Yeah, and I hear you, and I agree it needs to be during an election year of some sorts, but again, being on the same ballot with an E-Splosh may have its cons as well too. So anyways, okay. All right, Commissioner Barnes.
Yes, I agree. If the school board's gonna try to move a T-Splosh in March, I think that's a great opportunity for us to tag on that. I think we need to continue working with all the cities, create our Splosh list, and try to move forward right on the coattail of the Board of Education. Thank you.
Okay, well, any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, the floor is now open for a motion. Commissioner Clemens.
I would like to make a motion that we rescind the resolution to place the T-Splosh on the November ballot. And in that resolution, I would like to add that we would allow the county manager and staff to continue to work with the cities and come up with plans with the focus of all of the districts having an even amount of money for T-Splosh projects.
You said November ballot?
We're taking it off the November, but we're going to continue our efforts to get our projects together and working with the city. And then we will revisit it in January based on what the school, maybe before January, we hear what the school system is doing, then we can place it, but we need to keep working.
Okay, would agree. Okay.
Sorry about that. I thought you were talking about putting it on November.
Yeah, I thought she said, okay. All right, okay. So I think she clarified the motion to continue the planning and to work with the planning for the projects. And we didn't set a date as to when we could come back. Is that correct, Commissioner Clemens? Or are you suggesting?
No, but just the staff needs to keep working on it. We can bring it back anytime if we see that we got some movement on it.
There we go. Okay, very good. All right, so that's a motion. Is there a second? That's a motion. Is there a second? Okay, is there a second? I see a. Okay, I see Commissioner Barn. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussions or clarification about the motion? Okay, again, the motion is to continue the planning. All right, so we've had a motion and a second. All in favor of that motion, please signal by raising your hand. Okay, so that is 5. Any opposed? Okay, Commissioner Holmes. Okay, so County Clerk, will you confirm that motion and vote?
Commissioner Clemens made a motion to rescind Resolution 2088 to allow the county manager and staff to continue with the planning. Commissioner Barham seconded. The vote was 5-1-0 with Commissioner Holmes voting in opposition.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll now move into the next item, which is regarding a resolution approving the Public Safety Advisory Committee.
Chairwood, I'm actually going to turn this over to our Chief of Police, Mark Emmerman, who will be presenting the resolution. But you all should have received it this afternoon. I do apologize that you did receive it after the red folder information had already been disseminated, but the request actually came after red folder, and we wanted to make sure that we got this in front of the board. So I'll allow Chief Emmerman to present the information, and then myself and the Deputy County Manager and/or the Chief will be available to answer any questions that you all may have.
Okay. Good evening. Good evening, Chief. I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear
Good
you
evening,
now.
Chair and Board.
We can hear you now. Good evening.
Okay, very good. A little background. I was asked about a month ago to do some research and some feasibility on a citizen advisory committee. I was able to do that and then got to meet with Commissioner Wilson, Clemens, and Thomas and present my findings and feasibility to them. After completing that and turning it over to county management is when we came up with the current resolution that you're looking at. Of course, this has come about with the current conditions really throughout the country with the police and the citizenry. I believe the commission believed, and I also believe, and county management believes, that this would be an excellent time to create a committee to help liaison between the citizens and the police department, to help identify issues, to help look at policies, and really to help come up with solutions. We could have a formal dialogue by the board approving to have this committee where we'd be able to exchange information both ways and help to bridge the gap that truly the entire country seems to have, and remain transparent and really just build on the community trust that I believe that it's already current with the Henry County community that we have. After sitting down with management, and I believe Patrick had his hand in this, and we came up with the current resolution that sits in front of you now. Our idea was to be able to have the board each pick a committee member. And then it would be 4 at large that will be picked by the police chief, county manager, assistant county manager, and a deputy county manager. Something that I think's critical to these board members. Of course, you all would be able to pick one to represent your district. And I think that was critical that we added in there was, along with their experience in education, whether it's in public safety, community service, or law enforcement, we think it's very important for them to complete the Citizen Police Academy. I know some of you all have been through it and you know how informative it is. But if we're going to have committee members that we're going to be able to have a dialogue with, I believe it's very important to get them that broad oversight of how the police department operates in all the different facets. And I believe the Citizen Police Academy would be a great tool to have that. Also, as we look at policy, something else that I would like to see in it is that each member complete a minimum of 4 hours of use of force training, use of force procedures, and on the laws. We believe that would be a very important asset to being on the board. Of course, all this is going to be pending on your approval. Board members will be pending on your approval. What I believe the purpose and responsibilities of this committee is, like I said, to be a liaison between the police department and the community, serve as an advocate for ideas, methods to improve the relationship between the community and the police, and responsible for disseminating information, to make recommendations to me and act as a source for citizen information, and help develop new ideas. I'm not so naive that I know great ideas can come from the outside. And this board can help identify issues, even if whether they're perceived or real. I still need to know what these issues are from the community and be able to hear them so we can help alleviate that. Committee basic focus is going to be on our policy and procedures. That's what I think would be the most important thing, how we can better serve the community itself. And I think this board, this committee would be a great tool to help improve the police department and public safety as a whole in Henry County. Do you guys have any questions?
Well, thank you, Chief. So are there any questions or comments at the chief? Okay, Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chief, for that presentation. I do want to add a few comments behind it. This is one of the, I hate to say projects that I brought before the commissioners, but it is in lieu of the current climate that's happening around us. Henry County is in great position to be proactive in what we do and not wait until anything happens and then determine around how to fix it. So we want to be proactive in presenting ourselves to the community. We did have a meeting with the chief of police. I had one privately with the chief of police, deputy chief, with our county management before expanding that conversation to Commissioner Clemens and Commissioner Wilson. And then we came up with some very good ideas of what this Public Safety Advisory Committee needs to look like. One of the things I want to say, this is going to be a way for the community to communicate directly to the police themselves, to the Board of Commissioners, to other areas in public safety about their concerns up front and not wait until catastrophe happens and try and respond to it. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to embrace community policing, to embrace the opportunity to have ambassadors out there to talk about how to receive our police, how to honor them, as well as if there's corrective actions needed, how to correct them as well. So this is an opportunity for Henry County to be in the forefront and not in the back or reacting to a situation, but be prepared if necessary to talk about any particular incidents that may happen in the county. But most of all, to have ambassadors out there to talk about the police and strengthen our police department and support the police families as well. They have children, they have wives, they need support. A lot of times when they are under attack from different areas, those wives and children feel that as well. So I don't want the public to see this as a board of just correction or looking for something to happen, but they're there to build support as well. again, to be proactive in helping and supporting our police department, as well as be there in the case something does happen. So I'm certainly hoping that this board will support this initiative. They will redefine probably some of the things that we have had proposed in front of us now as how they think some things can be better done in Henry County. That's their job. They will look at some of the hiring practices, maybe some of the corrective practices, maybe, and make recommendations. That will be part of their job. But because we have these stipulations for membership in here, it shows a commitment to doing this whole process. We don't want just someone to come. You have to show a commitment. So like he said, you will be required to participate in the Citizens Police Academy. You will be required to take the 4-hour class of use of force. You need to understand the processes and not just be a critic of, but also understand the processes and the things that they look at. So I certainly hope this board will consider this time passing this and supporting our police department.
Okay, well, thank you for those comments. Are there any other comments from any of the board members? Okay, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Commissioner pass creating and organizing a public safety advisory committee for the Henry County area.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, I saw Commissioner Wilson's hand go up about the same time as Commissioner Holmes. So Commissioner Wilson, since you're on the committee, will accept your motion. Is there any other further comments or thoughts? Hearing none, the floor is now, all those in favor, please signal by raising your hand. Okay, that looks 6-0. Just for the record, anyone that opposes? Okay, County Clerk, will you confirm that motion and vote, please?
Commissioner Thomas made a motion to approve. Commissioner Wilson seconded. The motion was set 6-0.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, we'll now move into the next agenda item, which is regarding an update of the resolution 20-129 regarding the removal of the Confederate monument from the McDonough Square. And I understand Ms. Matthews and Mr. Jock Stetter will be making those updates.
Yes, Chairwood. On July 7th, the Board of Commissioners did approve our resolution number 20-129, authorizing myself and the county attorney to proceed with the removal of the statue located at the square. As of today, we are still in the process of receiving quotes for that removal, but our staff is on schedule to meet the deadline as outlined in the resolution approved by the board to have it removed no longer or no later than 60 days from the date approved by the board. At this time, I'll answer any questions that the board may have, and I will turn it over to the county attorney for any updates that he may have.
Okay, County Attorney, you may proceed now.
Thank you, Chair. As the board is aware, very soon after the resolution was initially adopted, we received lawsuits from one group and one individual, and we are in the process of defending those lawsuits and will continue hopefully until a conclusion in the county's favor. I don't want to get into any details about my plans or the county's plans or my thoughts or impressions about the lawsuit in public. I think it's appropriate that those be kept privately and confidential to preserve the county's right to have a privileged communication with its counsel. But those lawsuits are pending. We will continue to defend those lawsuits. We do believe there are some very good defenses of those lawsuits that we'll be asserting. So I have provided you with periodic updates on the status of the lawsuit. We will continue to do so. And if any of you have any questions, I'd be happy to address those. Again, I would prefer that that my comments be made privately.
Okay, are there any thoughts or questions from the board? Well, I do want to say that in this whole process of the removal of the monument, my biggest issue was how this is all presented to the board without an opportunity for all commissioners to be involved in a planning discussion, even a conversation with the city, even with the owner of the monument, and then of course the opportunity to at least put it on an agenda so that our citizens were not blindsided by this. I do hope that as we continue through this process, this is a historical monument, no matter what and how individuals feel that are for it or against it. And again, I hope that as we continue through this, we will consider it as a monument that needs to be handled in a preservation state. And again, appreciate the update that was given today. Okay, any other comments? Commissioner Thomas?
I do want to make a couple of comments. We've had quite a bit of exchange of emails and things placed on Facebook, verbiage used that I think can be quite harmful and disappointing. When we took our vote, I want to say again, even though all the commissioners were not here, we had a full quorum. And I believe, Mr. Patrick, if you would like to even correct me, as long as we have a quorum, these commissioners are empowered to make decisions, to make policies and move forward. There have been times, and I know that I have missed certain meetings as well, but this commission, this board was empowered to move forward because a quorum was in place. It was not done to say to anyone or any one commissioner that your vote is not valuable. It's just at that particular point in time that commissioner was not available. And there were times I was not available as well. But as long as we're acting within the capacity that the charter and the law allows, I think our vote should be considered empowered. Our vote was considered done correctly. Our vote need to be respected, and I certainly want mine respected. I will have it called nothing less than courageous because we did it in spite of knowing that we would be attacked. I certainly like for my vote to be considered one for the community because I work in favor of the whole community, not a segment of it. And I want the parks to be a place where everyone feel welcome. I certainly want my vote to be seen as being legitimate because the quorum was in place. Also honorable, especially with C.T. Vivian passing and John Lewis passing. It takes a lot of honor to take time to take a stand, even when it's not a popular stand. So I just wanted to say to the public and to anyone else, whenever I take the time to vote, it's going to be according to how we are supposed to vote within a quorum. It will be done with respect. It will be done with a sense of research. It will be done knowing that I am accountable to my voters and citizens. And it will not be done careless and will not be done reckless. So I'm looking forward to what this park can be for everyone, a beautiful place to come and enjoy, and no one feel intimidated when they come to that particular park.
Well, I want to make another comment. Yes, you did have a quorum. The issue that I would like to make a note of is just like there has been other board members or individuals reviewing a resolution or an initiative that is very important to our community, especially in light of the times that we're in right now. There should have been at least a resolution that was at least introduced to the board prior to that meeting on that day. There should have been at least noted on the agenda, especially in light of how sensitive and how the challenges are that we're experiencing in our society. That should have been placed on the agenda, at least so that our citizens would know that that would have been discussed at that board meeting. And I would say also, yes, there were some previews that probably said that this was going to come, but even there was no conversation even about what the resolution would look like at this point in time, at that day. So you say that, yes, we have a quorum. You say that it was respectful. I disagree with that. I just don't think that it was done in a proper manner. I think it was for such a sensitive issue nowadays. We should have at least had more conversation about that. So those are my thoughts about it, and I'm going to believe and stick to those as well. Commissioner Holmes.
Madam Chair, with all due respect, the vote was 4-1. And if every commissioner had been at that meeting, the vote would have been 4-2. And you voted with the other 3 commissioners for removal. So, I mean, I'm not exactly sure who you're speaking to in the community, but you voted to remove the monument as well. So I'm not sure if your vote would have been different if Johnny had been there, but keep in mind, you voted with us for removal.
Well, and I thank you for that opportunity to clarify that, Commissioner Holmes. My vote, once I realized that there was a discussion to remove the statue, the monument, with no plan of action. When that motion originally started, it basically said remove the monument. There was no timelines. There was no review of legal matters. I even asked a question about cost, even tried to get individuals to vote for it. So my mode of why I supported to move it, I went into a preservation mode. Because I did know, regardless of whether I voted for it or not, the three of you who are already presented and had obviously some discussions about it with all of the board members, it was going to pass. But I wanted to make sure that that resolution was shaped in a way that would at least preserve that historical moment. And again, that was a tough vote for me. But I still stand by the fact that my issue was the way that it was done, and then the fact that there was no details or plan of action of what would happen to the monument. And I would also say that I knew that it probably would have been down before now if we had not put the 60 days in there. So again, I just thought that any way that I could shape the next steps of the process, that's why I voted the way that I did. And yes, I do understand that a lot of people don't understand that, but that's the bold thing that I did. So now I saw Commissioner Holmes, yes.
Yeah, just for the record, I just want everybody to know that that vote was very easy for me, in spite of all the tragedies and everything that that was done by the Confederacy to people of color in the 1800s and before. So I don't know how any African American can say that that was a tough vote. I didn't know until after we made that vote. There are hundreds of African Americans that won't even go on the square because of that monument. And I had no idea that people felt that strongly about it. So that, after talking to many people in the community, I felt really good, and I still feel really strongly that I did the right thing. And if we had to vote again, I would vote exactly the same way.
Well, I do want to say something before we go to Commissioner Wilson. As a Black person, yes, I'm very concerned about some of the horrible things that are happening in our past and that have happened right now. But when I was elected to be a commissioner, I am here to represent all people. I came here and I'm serving right here because to me, the biggest issue is that we didn't even give an opportunity for a discussion about it. I'm talking about why and the way it was done, the process. And I agree that there is so much pain, there is so much anger, there is a lot that even I still experience. But when I come here, I'm here to represent all citizens here and the process by which we're supposed to serve as due diligence as government. And that is my position on that. So I saw Commissioner Wilson, and then we'll go to Commissioner Clemens.
Yes, I'm disappointed, but not surprised that the commission moved forward with that without all 6 commissioners being there. Now, knowing that I would be back this meeting and the next meeting, but the way it was handled, the process it went through, there was a resolution that was not, actually, there was not a resolution until y'all voted, and the resolution was actually wrote the next day. So the process, the resolution was not posted on the agenda that posted on Wednesday or Thursday to give the public a chance to look at it and give their input to their district commissioners. The way that it was put on the agenda, the way it was voted on, and without public input. Now, there was no plan out there how this thing was going to be handled. No financial plan. Didn't involve the groups that actually owned the statue. The city wasn't involved. So there was a lot of things that was kind of shoved down the throats of the citizens, government in your face type stuff. So, but either way, the way it was handled, I'm disappointed but not surprised.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Wilson?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Clemens, and then we go to Commissioner Barnes.
You know, what's disturbing to me is that Sherwood and Johnny, and I don't know if Gary's gonna say the same thing or not. You all are sitting there as if that was the first time you had heard about it. But it's public record, and that's what I love about public record. But on June 2nd, there was an email that sent out, and I'm gonna read the email. It says, "Hey, Commissioner Thomas, please let me know your thoughts. I wanted to follow up with you and Commissioner Holmes, but also include the entire board on our discussions about our board taking a position on removing the Confederate statue on the county-owned property that sits on the square. After further investigation, I'm sure that there is no formal agreement between our county and the statue owner. I'm not sure if we own this statue at all. What I do know is that we own the land where the statue is standing. Patrick or Sherry should be able to confirm if we own the land or the statue. My suggestion is that we should move to remove this painful statue if it is indeed on county grounds. This statue, like the Confederate flag, represents a homage to pain and hate. I would like to hear from each of you, and especially our county management, about who owns the land and the statue. I want to hear from you, Patrick, about what this board has the power to do about this statue. I'm only one opinion, but want you all to know my position." You know what? Nobody responded to that but Commissioner Holmes, Commissioner Thomas. June ignored it, Johnny ignored it, and Gary ignored it. So to sit there and say that none of you all knew about this and that you didn't know it was coming, June 2nd, you had ample time to tell your constituents, you had ample time to discuss it, you had ample time to talk about let's not move forward with this, but it was done properly. And I thank you, Commissioner Thomas, because guess what? Every resolution has a right to come before this board, and everybody has a right to vote. June Wood was silent then, she voted with us, and I guess the pressure will make you rescind, but as our leader, we have to stand firm when we make a decision. Nobody said anything, nobody responded, but Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Holmes. This discussion did not start that day. This discussion started June 2nd. So I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, we'll go to Commissioner Barham, and then I want to respond to that as well. So thank you very much.
Yes, and Commissioner Clemens, you're exactly right. You did send out an email, and I followed up with Patrick Jogstetter I wanted to see what we were talking about. I want to see a copy of the resolution. And he said he didn't have it ready yet, so I didn't know if it was going to be on the board meeting. But the thing that kind of disturbed me was that I usually one of the first ones to get on the Zoom meeting. So I started at 15 minutes till 9 to try to get on the meeting and was having difficulty. Somebody had blocked me and something had happened. I don't think it's been any kind of way, but for some reason I couldn't get on. And it was 9:37 when I finally got on the meeting, and the agenda had been amended. I didn't even have a clue that we were even talking about it. And like tonight, you went off air, Commissioner Clemens. We stopped the meeting to make sure you got back on. So that's disturbing to me at 9:37 before I even got on the meeting. But nobody even thought about Commissioner Barham. Let's wait. He's having technical difficulty. Let's make sure he's online. So that was it. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's, yes, you did send an email. And what I would say is to you as well, Commissioner, I too was waiting on some information on the next steps. For something like this, there should have been I called the county attorney the Monday before the board meeting on Tuesday and say, what is the resolution? There was no resolution. During the board meeting that day, there was no printed resolution at all. And that's when you saw me asking questions. What do you really mean? What did this motion really mean? Because again, there was the way that it was done that was inappropriate. Now, the way that you all continue to just talk about what you did is the how that is the biggest issue right here. This is what I'm dealing with. And so you can have your opinions. I have my opinions as well. But again, I know the day before not knowing what details of the resolution was going to be. Because if I knew that the resolution was there, I definitely would have let my constituents know. Because I think this is a very sensitive time. I do also believe that I would have had even more conversation with the city of McDonough out of courtesy and respect. But, you know, it is what it is right now. And regarding your statement about pressure, that's one thing about June Wood. I don't get pressure from anybody and anyone. I make my own decisions. I make my own position about things. And that's why I stand as boldly as I do on whatever. And I'm going to stand by that. That's the truth. Now, anybody else can have their own opinions about it, but I know what I was operating in that moment. So again, we appreciate the update. Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Commissioner Clemens.
So I just want to make sure we say again that everybody knew about this June 2nd, and you stand by everything except for that vote, because you voted with us as well. And now you're trying to say that it was a problem with it when June 2nd, as the leader of this board, you could have started something then. You could have made it go a different direction then, but everybody sat silent and waited on somebody else to make the move. So it is what it is. Like you said, June 2nd, everybody knew about it. The motion was done and it was a 4-1 vote. And Gary, even if you had been on the call, even if it had been 3-2, it was still gonna go through.
And that's the point. Very good. Thank you,
Don't
Commissioner.
feel-
Okay,
don't
Commissioner
feel
Thomas,
bad,
and then we go to. Thank you. Validated. Okay, Commissioner Thomas, then we go to Commissioner Barham, and then I've got another comment. So thank you. Commissioner Thomas.
I want to thank Commissioner Clemens for bringing forth that information and reading that email. It was because of the research she did to determine that the county actually owned that property that led us to believe we had the right to react. Prior to that, I didn't consider it because I really thought that property was owned by the city of McDonough. So I want to thank her for that research that she did up front. And I want to say something else. This is not the first time a resolution has been passed by this board and was not written up front. I have seen it happen before. I have seen it happen before I took this seat. So this is not the first time. I don't want the public to think, oh, this is the first time they did something like this. No, it is not. I have watched this board before I became here. I watched it now, and it's not the first time it happened since I've been on that board. Not only had to write the resolution, but write it after, correct it, and a whole bunch of other things. Now, we do need to change some practices. I will agree. I agree to that, but that needs to be done across the board, not just for that particular one. What we did for this county, it did make history. Does it feel good by everyone? No, it does not. But they need to understand. I had some people send me some remarks that were not friendly at all, and my co-commissioner Clemens, D. Clemens, has gone through so much hardship from this. But what we did was think about not just Confederate soldiers. I have to think about my great-grandmother. I have to think about other children. I have to think about the ones who were used and didn't want to be used. I have to think about the fact I myself never looked up at that statue because it made me remember the hardships. We have an opportunity to use this park for what it's designed for. Parks are designed to bring people together, an avenue where you can come to and enjoy each other, have conversations together, whether you know the stranger next to you or not. It opens the door to enjoy each other, to enjoy your community. And there should be nothing there that causes any type of strife. The one thing or two things that normally bring people together and make them forget about color is music and sports. And that's what normally parks allow you to do. Express your creativities in the arts, to express yourself in sports, to express who you are just as a person. And we want to preserve that in every park that we have in Henry County. This is an opportunity to do that, and we did that. My vote would be the same today or tomorrow. It would not change because I understand the purpose for which I voted. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Barham, and then I've got a comment.
Yes, I understand Commissioner Clemens, and I think you're exactly right. I think the vote would be the same. Like I said before, I just felt like I should have had an opportunity to talk about it being amended the agenda being amended, and I didn't get that opportunity. And I think District 3, y'all knew that I was having technical difficulty. Y'all could have delayed the meeting till I got that straightened out. And that's all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hold my comments because we've got individuals that are waiting. This is an opportunity to hear from our citizens that they didn't get a chance to at least give some thought to. So at this time now, we're gonna move into our public comment section. And this is the time where our citizens will get a chance to voice their county-related opinions. I do know and do agree that there is a lot of emotions around this matter. And we do ask that when you do speak, please, let's be respectful. Let's not use profane language. Let's speak to the Board of Commissioners versus an individual. And at this time, we'll now welcome in those who have signed up to speak. And I understand now that I'll begin, and each individual will have up to 5 minutes to speak. And we did have about 20 individuals that did sign up, and we'll begin with Ms. Sylvia Dennis Ray. And I know some are on a virtual end, so please, County Clerk, advise as they come in.
I think they are signing Ms. Dennis Ray up right now for virtual.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dennis Ray? Yes.
Yes, good evening, Ms. Ray, good evening. Okay, she seems to be muted, and so I would also need to know, Ms. Braun, when to begin the 5 minutes and when it stops. So Ms. Dennis Ray, you're now welcome to speak. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Wood and all of the commissioners. My name is Sylvia Dennis Ray, and I am a Henry County citizen. I've been a Henry County citizen for about 15 years now. And I don't live that far from the square. When we first moved to Henry County, our business was on the square, and I agree with all of the commissioners that voted to have that monument removed, because I myself, when I go to the square, I feel intimidated. I feel that it brings back memories of what our ancestors went through. And when we first had our business on the square, we started the McDonough Jerk Festival, and we had it right there on the square. And we got a lot of flack from people who wanted to, enjoy the square, the music and everything. But that monument intimidated people from coming to the square. So I agree with Commissioner Thomas and with Commissioner Clemens. That place, the square should be a place where people come and gather together to enjoy one another, to enjoy music and anything else, and not feel intimidated. And that's how I felt from the beginning. And so I just wanted to voice my opinion about that. And I also agree that the monument should be moved. And maybe moved to somewhere else, not destroyed, but just moved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Ms. Renee Crutches. I'm not sure if she's there or virtually in.
Ms. Crutches will be virtual.
Okay, thank you.
I'm actually in person.
She may be in person because she.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening, rather, good night, Board of Commissioners. I'm V. Renee Crutches, a tax-paying citizen residing in McDonough, Georgia, just 2 miles from the square of McDonough, where the subject statue or monument stands, and I have to see and be reminded on a daily basis of the hurt and shame it represents. A native Atlantan, I grew up in this state and have now been residing in Henry County for almost 20 years. After retiring from the military and Department of Defense, I made a choice. I chose to move to Henry County because I saw its great potential to be that place that many would love to live, a county where the schools were great, affordable housing, and a very diverse moving county. When I relocated here, the face of Henry County was changing to a more diverse and accepting location for all to live, work, and play. I saw a community that was forward thinking. No, it wasn't, and it still isn't perfect, but I believe that the majority who live in this county respects all citizens. Be it known that the Confederacy, the history is that of separation from the other states in the United States and of fighting to maintain slavery. The Confederacy fighting to maintain slavery. These Confederate monuments or flags and statues are reminders to African Americans of the discrimination of a racial minority, while our U.S. Constitution gives equal rights to all. These are monuments which by definition, read Webster, by definition means we continue to celebrate this history. We should be celebrating the Confederacy. So why are we still discussing this issue? I know, because of the very few loud voices that continue to push for 18th century and 19th century government. And many of them don't even live in Henry County anymore. The time is now for the great citizens to get off the sidelines and speak up. Speak up for a county that embraces all its citizens in harmony. The Confederacy and its history, unfortunately, is a sad part of America's history, but has to remain so because it happened. Yes, it happened. The question today, however, is where should that history be presented, told, and displayed? A history of continued slavery, of history of separation from and fighting against the United States of America, a history of continued support to white supremacy should not be proudly displayed on the county property, nor should it be displayed in the very heart of this county. And in closing, let me just say, I'm proud of you, board. The Board of Commissioners, you spoke up. You voted 4-1 to remove the statue within 60 days from July 7th. We should not be revisiting the vote. Instead, you need to be developing the plan for its relocation. This board made the hard, and for some, as we heard plenty of it tonight, the unpopular choice that we elected them to do. We elected you to make those hard decisions. That's why you sit in those positions. So now let's move forward and execute this decision while maintaining the statue in a place where history, good or bad, should be shown in a museum or other appropriate location, showing that Henry County can set the standard not only for Metro Atlanta, but for the state of Georgia. I thank you, Board of Commissioners, for allowing me to state my position as you move forward, making Henry County great for all its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we now will welcome up Mr. Robert Kolpak. I'm not sure if he's virtuing in or is he's present there.
He is in person.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Robert
Good
Kolpak.
evening.
I know you might not be able to see that too good, but that, as a neighbor of you guys, that's the backside of Hidden Valley Park. I sent an email to everybody on April 29th of this year asking what the plan was to clean up. It never did get cleaned up until I put a Facebook post out on June 25th asking for something. And just wondering, we're talking about emails not getting answered. Where's the transparency? And when I point out things in all areas of this county, how come do I get attacked by some commissioners that accuse me of racism, vandalism, dumping trash and selling trees? I didn't make this mess up, and pointed out problems at Cochran Park and Hidden Valley Park, and at the end of the day, poor decision after poor decision and attacking constituents on Facebook, it really shouldn't happen for a sitting commissioner. The gentleman even said I had a hard on for him. And my answer to him would be, I quote The Rock here: know your role, do your job. You won't hear from me. Answer an email, respond. And in my opinion on this whole thing, there's only one race, it's the human race. In closing, on these other issues of the monument, that memorials or tributes to family members who never returned home, bodies in mass graves left on the battlefield. The Veterans Museum, how many of the sitting commissioners have ever visited the fine museum? There's some conflict there for people that went to war, but those men and women sacrificed for us and made our nation great. And in my opinion, you can be anything in this country you want to be by what's happened before and what's happened now. And we got to work together because we all bleed the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, our next public speaker is Ms. Sidiqua Gibson. Ms. Gibson.
She will be in person. She's coming forward.
Thank you.
Okay. To the Board of Commissioners and this assembly, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I would like to start off by acknowledging that change is difficult. I wear my bracelet on my right wrist. If I were to change it and put it on my left wrist, that would feel uncomfortable because I'm not used to wearing it this way. So I'd like for us to understand that change happens. Change is for the best. We have had change since the beginning of time. We've had from slavery to the Civil War, Jim Crow, civil rights, and now we're in a post-racial society. We hope that we're in a post-racial society. We're having this conversation. I'd like to further state that the monument is a sign of systematic racism that is very painful. It's painful for people of color. It's been painful for Black people for many years. We live in a post-racial society. We want to be in a world where we can have camaraderie and we can have fun. I noticed here on the board, there's a sign that says, new ideas, yes to progress. And that's what removing the monument would be about, progress. Progress for our youth, progress for the future. I did a little bit of research and I found that one of the reasons why people wanted to erect a monument was because they wanted to make sure that we knew who was in control. Further research gives that the argument for keeping the monument is that it's supposed to teach history and show us how far we come. Well, I stand to say that there's numerous resources that we can learn history from. But what we should be doing today is appreciating all of the men and women and the diverse people that have made numerous contributions to our society. We want to be more inclusive and start thinking about how we can build monuments to those people who are contributing to that vast array of wonderfulness that all members of society have to bring to the table. And also, it's my understanding that the monument was a gift to Henry County from the Daughters of the Confederacy. So I'd like to end by saying that we can re-gift that monument and we can re-gift it to a museum. We can re-gift it to a memorial garden where other veterans of the Confederacy are. So there's other things that can be done. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we're now moved to Mr. Gibson, Mr. Donnell Gibson Jr.
Yes, and he will be on virtually. They're putting him on now.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, greetings to the Henry County Board of Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to address this assembly. My name is Donnell Gibson Jr. I'm a college sophomore at Georgia State University, and I believe I can speak on behalf of myself and many of my peers. We want to live in a community where everyone feels comfortable, We read history and we are acutely aware of injustices that have been endured by our ancestors. We do not need or want in-your-face reminders. We want to come to the square to live, work, and play. We do not want to be reminded of an abusive and racist time in our history. We are not trying to sanitize history. This monument belongs in a museum or somewhere else. Thank you for voting to remove the monument in the McDonough Square. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll now move to Mr. Hagler. Or Hagler.
Mr. Hagler is here in person, coming forward.
Thank you.
All right, I want to start by saying that my great-grandmother was a daughter of the Confederacy. And when they erected these monuments, it wasn't with the intentions to intimidate anybody. I oppose the removal of the monument in the square. I think the decision to remove the monument is totally political. I feel that the commissioners are abusing their power, ones who voted to remove the monument. I think that the monument needs better protection, better fencing to protect it. And I would be willing to contribute up to $10,000 of my own money to construct a wrought iron fence around the monument where the current fence is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we now will invite up Mr. John Bailey.
He is joining virtually, Chair.
Okay, thank you. He's muted right now. He's still muted. Good evening, Mr. Bailey.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners. Right now, I agree with your vote to remove the Confederate statue in McDonough Square because Confederate statues are very divisive symbols to many of our citizens. For some people, they symbolize heritage, but for many others, they are a symbol of past and present racism. In many cities, they have already been removed. Birmingham, Mobile, Alabama, Louisville, Kentucky, Jacksonville, Florida, and Alexandria, Virginia. These statues were erected throughout the southern states in the late 19th century, years after the Civil War had ended. At the bottom of this statue, it says, it commemorates to our Confederate dead. So I feel that maybe a good place for this statue would be in the cemetery. So I'd like to thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we will now invite up Miss Ann Cooley.
Ms. Cooley should be there in person.
Okay. Ms. Cooley, are you there?
I'm not seeing anyone come forward, by the way.
I'm sorry.
There's no one coming forward.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to Mr. Michael Burns.
He is there in person.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair. Thank you to the Board of Commissioners, the staff, and the citizens of Henry County. I bid you a good evening. With respect to the commissioners even considering allowing the statue of the Confederate soldier to remain in the square, I say to you, it is time to let it go. I understand the need to remember history, but we need to remember all of the history. Excuse me, not just the slavers, but those that were enslaved, not just the privileged, but the disenfranchised, not just the gowns and the tuxedos, but the rags and the calluses upon the feet of the slaves that served as the only shoes that they would know. Not just the wonderful galas and dinners, but the pig guts and pig's feet that served as a main course for those that only received that which was thrown away by the slavers. Please remember that. Let us remember how people who generations ago ruled most of Europe and built the first libraries the earth has ever seen were considered less than human. The men whipped until the blood ran from their backs to the ground. The women, who looked like three of the members of this very board of commissioners, brutally and viciously raped and abused whenever the slavers choose to do so for no other reason than they could. This too is history. Let us remember the billions of dollars of wealth that was gained by the slavers and the compensation that was provided to those whose sweat, blood, hard work, and death played a large part in generating that wealth. Their compensation, not zero, less than zero, because more was taken than was given. Please remember that. I don't think in America there's a statue of Benedict Arnold whose very name defines the meaning of traitor. Yet in the middle of the county seat in Henry County, a county whose population is majority minority, we honor the Confederacy whose sole purpose was to portray the very country in which we sit and have this discussion, in addition to enslaving and brutalizing Black people for selfish economic gains. Commissioners, we should remember history. Remember history, all of it. But we should not and must not honor a history that offends so many other good Americans, Black, white, and others. As a citizen of this county, I do not wish to be reminded about the rapists, but I don't want to forget it. Neither you as county commissioners, nor should I be constantly reminded about a time when pig guts were the main course, but we shouldn't forget that. None of us want to be constantly reminded about a time when shoes were calluses on the bottom of our feet. We shouldn't forget that. The secession of the southern states was to establish a country in which slavery was not only the norm, but white supremacy also. That is a motive and a cause for the Confederate fight, and what is glorified on the statue's inscription that states, "May God preserve forever in our hearts their memory and in all minds a knowledge of their motives and cause." That motive and cause was to be preserved forever, led to over 6,400 people being lynched, that means murdered, after that war for no reason other than the color of their skin. 4 innocent Black girls burned to death in a church. That's history too. There was a time when the best transportation was horses. That time is gone. There was a time when everybody didn't have access to electricity. That time is also gone. There was a time when honoring the Confederacy was popular and proper. Now that time is gone too. You voted to want to relocate the statue to a more appropriate location. That vote reflects the wishes of the majority of Henry County. Please stand by your vote. It is time to let it go. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now invite up Mr. Charles Thomas.
Chair, I believe Charles Thomas was on the virtual call, but he's no longer on there, so we can move to the next speaker.
Okay, we'll now invite up Mr. Henry Snell.
He was joining virtually as well. Give it just a minute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, great, great. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the board for taking the time out to hear our comments as far as the statute is concerned. First of all, my name is Henry Snell. I've been living in Henry County for the last 16 years as of this month. And I am an ex-military soldier, so I know a little bit about honoring fallen soldiers. First of all, my question is, rhetorical question is, what does that statue really mean? It is said to represent the Confederacy dead, but I say it in a different way. The statue honors soldiers that stood for a system that divided the nation, endorsed slavery, endorsed a system of intimidation, endorsed a system of violence and hate. About 4 days ago, the military banned the rebel flag in all military installations. There's a reason they did that. The reason they did that because that flag with the Confederate soldiers, what they stood for, they had a pride in a system that endorsed the old South racist ways. And we know with the military, you got to be inclusive, because if not, you'll be ineffective on the battlefield. I truly understand the reason to honor fallen comrades. I truly do. I served in combat in Desert Storm and Desert Shield. We honor our fallen comrades with the military ceremony. However, in honoring them, we represented the United States values and belief system, not a system that supported pain, suffering for others. Well, I've been in the military for over 20-something years. I'm since retired. But I've been around the world a few times, and I love to go to the different battlefields, the cemeteries, just to see how wars were fought. And one thing was consistent. They never had a statue or monument depicting an individual or group of individual or army that tried to divide that nation. Just today, one of Robert E. Lee descendants called for all the Confederate statues to be removed because of what they stood for. And I say, in closing, I like to say, I'm not opposed to any of the confederacies, the organizations honoring their dead. But however, not in the space that represents so many different nationalities, which are focusing on inclusive, not exclusive. I think the statue should be moved to a place where it's more appropriate for its historical honoring, such as maybe a museum or cemetery. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll now move to Mr. Henry Snell.
That was just me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Snell. Thank you. Trying to keep track, but thank you, sir.
No issue.
Okay, we'll now move to Mr. Tim Culbreth.
He is there in person, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Tim Culbreth, Henry County, Georgia, 53 years residence here. I'm Lieutenant Commander, Colonel Charles T. Zachary, Camp 108, Henry County. I had a lot to say here tonight, and what I want to say goes along with what I have in my notes here, but commissioners of this board right here have said that we are the Nathan Bedford Forrest crowd. We are the Klansmen. Well, just for the record, in 1871, General Forrest was exonerated before a congressional committee in Washington, and he was exhausted of all war crimes, including the founder and being the Grand Wizard of the KKK. This is found on page 7, Article 449. General Forrest in 1875 spoke before the Pole Bearer Association, which is now known as the local NAACP. He spoke of equality of all men. Mr. Forrest also, he created businesses. He hired blacks of the era to be CEOs, to be architects, to be managers, because he wanted them to have their equal rights in America. In 1877, when Mr. Forrest died, there were over 10,000 at his funeral paying homage to this war hero. 3,000 of these people were black citizens. We have commissioners on this board right now that have called us KKK, called us white supremacy. These same commissioners have also posted on their websites the men and women in blue from the days of old insinuating that our men and women in blue will mistreat people in the streets like they did years ago. We have one commissioner on this board who has said that the Grand Wizard was hanging in our former museum out at Nash Farm Battlefield. However, that picture turned out to be General George Henry Thomas, who was a Union soldier that fought for the North. This Board of Commissioners exploits all kinds of racist. They want to say we're frauds. They say we're all kinds of stuff, but we are none of those. The Sons of Confederate Veterans have said one thing and one thing only. We support all veterans. We've never said a color. The Sons of Confederate Veterans have said we support all blue. We've never said a gender. We've never said a color. We stand tall on all of our veterans. That monument, it has been stated by this board, there's no records from 1913. That is true, because the records go back farther. They go back to 1910. That monument was dedicated by the UDC of that time. That monument was given not to Henry County, not to the city of McDonough. It was given to the veterans. As a descendant, a proven descendant of the Sons of Confederate Veterans, that monument belongs to me. That monument belongs to our organization. That monument represents veterans. And for any veteran to stand up and say that another veteran does not matter, does not belong, that's disgraceful in the eyes of America, because citizens should be proud of all veterans. Yes, there was a call that I don't agree with. Yes, there was a time in history if slavery was rampant that I don't agree with. But we can sit down as men and women. We can come face to face. We can come with an agreement. But one thing we can't do is disgrace that of a veteran. This board has elected that not even a veteran can go into a Veterans Memorial Park located at Heritage Park. This board has said that this veteran does not matter. This board has said this veteran does not care. Mr. Charles T. Zachary was a war hero, a House of Representative, a senator. He was a Henry County judge. He was a servant to all. He was a family man. He was a friend. And he was an American veteran that deserves honor. That this board right here wants to spit in his face. The vote was 4-1. One of these people spoke to me personally in private and said, history should remain as history. History is a learning tool. However, that same person voted with the other 3 4-1. So where's these people at now? Where do they actually stand? They don't even know. We got a commissioner on this board that couldn't even get the names right of the monuments that's on the square, but yet they stand here and say that this veteran does not matter.
Thank you, Mr. Culbreth. Okay, thank you. So we now invite up Mr. Rick Polk.
He is there in person.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to tell y'all about my kin. I've been living in Henry County for 30-something years now. My family come from Henry County. Since the Revolutionary War, they've been in this county. I have kin that fought in the Confederate Army. I do. Four brothers left to go together to that war, and only one come home. My great-great-grandfather. He lost a leg in that war. He lost 3 brothers who never come home. And that monument means a memorial to me, because that's some of my kinfolk that we don't even know where they're at. Who knows where they're at? They could have died laying next to a log, next to a tree somewhere, and never been found. They could be in a mass grave. They could be anywhere. But I just don't understand the hate that I see out of this commission board. And I see it. People say black people don't know how to hate. Well, yes, they do. Because I see it. I see it in commissioners that's on this board. I see it in their social media posts. And I will not forget it when it comes time to vote. And I have sent you emails, and only one commissioner on this board has returned my email. Only one. Only one. So I feel like I have no representation in this county from any one of my commissioners, any one of them, especially the one that represents my district, because I don't think she has a care in the world for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now invite up Mr. Anthony Wilson.
He will be joining virtually.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Wilson. You may proceed.
Good evening. I hope this message finds the board well. I wanted to talk in regards to the Confederate Monument. During this era when the monument went up, African Americans could be lynched for any perceived social transgressions, including speaking disrespectfully to white people, refusing to step off the sidewalk, or even using profanity. Throughout the Black community, it was common knowledge to not be on the square after a certain point. Out of fear, even our movie theater in the square was segregated at the time. This racial traumatization was confirmed to happen in 1898 to Jim Nelly, who was hanged in the middle of Hampton. Private James Nelly, who served in the Spanish-American War, was lynched in Hampton, Georgia in 1898 for complaining when a white store owner refused to serve him. Nearly 600 Georgians, including veterans of various wars, were killed during 1877 to 1950, according to the Equal Justice Initiative and the Mary Turner Project. This era of racial terror was not exempt from our community. When the statue went up in photos and storytelling, there was no African Americans on the square when the statue went up. This is why you haven't heard any comments until now, and it always stood as a point of division. With McDonough being the county seat of our great county, it is crucial to include all voices in public spaces, especially government property. We can make note of our ancestors, but realize what they might have stood for or allowed to fester in our community was wrong. Southerners are known as patriots for our country and are typically the first to come to serve. We are honor-driven citizenry, eager to help their nation. However, the Confederacy, which lasted less than 10 years, was the battle for the soul of the country. Would we come to enforce the enslavement of human beings or give equal pendants to our Declaration of Independence that declared all people as equal? Georgia's Declaration of Clauses for Secession was made clear. The defense of slavery was the primary cause for dissolving the Union. Future Confederate Vice President Alexander Stephens warned the decision would lead to war. We should stand together in moving this monument from the square to a more appropriate place. Just recently, I was casually walking around the square and an armed official followed me around the square as I got near the monument to sit. This behavior should not be tolerated or encouraged in any sense, form, or fashion. As a college student and a lifelong resident of Henry County, I support the removal of said statue. Whether you're in favor or not in favor of moving the monument, I believe it now stands as a public hazard to our community that will continue to divide our community. Today, you will see an array of speakers who are all signed up to represent our county. And the viewpoints of these said speakers are very different. But a lot of the people you will see are young people from all over the county, representing different demographics. Our leaders need to hear our voices and see that this is not a divisive issue. It is just a few who want to control our county out of fear for changes. I hope going forward, you will all work together and be transparent in the process and lead efficiently. We have to heal the racial tensions that existed in our county long before this statue, but removing this statue will be a start. To remember our history, we should honor this commitment by moving it to Heritage Park or a museum, potentially, where other statues could be added to showcase the history of all Henry County residents with appropriate signage. Thank you for the honor of speaking to the board on this issue.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay, we will now move to Jalen Cooper.
He is there in person.
Good evening. Good evening. Okay, he's muted, so I'm sorry, Mr. Cooper. So let's make sure that you're unmuted. I'll say you may begin now. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I am here before you this afternoon to speak about the controversial decision to remove the Confederate statue standing in the McDonough Square. Some people are elated with the removal and others are enraged. I personally fit in with the first group. I have a few reasons why I share that stance. The Confederate States of America Vice President Alexander Stephens stated in his cornerstone address given shortly before the start of the Civil War, "Our new government is founded upon exactly the opposite idea. Its foundations are laid, its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery's subordination to the superior race is his natural and normal condition. This, our new government, is the first in the history of the world based upon this great physical, philosophical, and moral truth." He also stated later, "With us, all of the white race, however high or low, rich or poor, are equal in the eye of the law. Not so with the Negro. Subordination is his natural place. He, by nature, is fitted for that condition which he occupies in our system." The definition of cornerstone is as states, an important quality or feature on which a particular thing depends or is based. The definition of important is as states, of great significance or value, likely to have a profound effect on success, survival, or well-being. By those definitions, and in the words of Alexander Stephens' own mouth, the basis of the Confederate States of America was slavery and treating the Negro man as a lesser person. They would not be able to survive as a country and a nation without holding the Negro man below them. As a city and a county, a statue honoring the men who fought to uphold these values should not be exalted in a square that is revered and loved by many. To my counterparts who say removing the statue would be erasing history, where are our statues of King George III? He's part of our history, so how do we not know about him without there being statues of him around? What about in Germany, where Hitler had a profound impact on their history? You don't see statues of him. History is etched into the history books and in the museums and on the battlefields that are memorialized. If we further look at the history of many of the statues, they were erected during two distinct eras, the Jim Crow era and the Civil Rights Movement. They were erected largely in city squares and near courthouses under the guise of respecting fallen soldiers, but really to show the power and intimidation they held over the Black citizens, and many were etched with sayings alluding to the ideology of never letting the principles of the Confederate States of America die with the fallen soldiers. Principles which I've previously stated specifically alienated and dehumanize the Black race. We should always learn from our history, good, bad, and ugly, but these men should not be exalted. I recommend moving forward with the statue removal, but doing so respectfully. We could move it to private land, a museum, a Confederate cemetery, or better yet, give it to the sons of Confederate veterans since it's their property. And to all my fellow citizens who feel offended or hurt to see the statue coming down, please realize that there are those of us who feel just as strongly about the statue being up. We can't please everyone, but this statue does more good and brings more people together being down than staying in its current place. In order to make our square a true place of unity, it needs to be removed. I plead with you to not let the pressure and misguided feelings of history erasure prevent you from making the right decision. I assure that people will continue to learn this aspect of history of this country through schooling and the many means present to us through our advanced technological society. Do not let our city and county go down on the wrong side of history in support of the statue. We as citizens of this city should be able to be proud of the square, but we can't with that despicable statue standing tall. Please keep the future and progress of the city in mind when deciding to remove the statue. Thank you for your time and have a good night.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we will now invite up Mr. Luke Walker.
Good evening, Board. As I'm sure all of you are aware, there's been a massive rift between our citizens in this county about what to do with the Confederate statue. We have one side vehemently in support of keeping the statue, so much so that armed militia members have stood there to protect it. And there are those who passionately are trying to get it removed. I stand with those who want this painful relic removed. However, I can understand the confusion from those who don't. Questions like, why now? Will this erase our history and what's next? Plague their minds. And there is a fear of the destruction of traditions, and I can empathize with that because I once believed that myself. I grew up as a young conservative boy, and I remember as I traveled throughout the South and I saw those Confederate statues, I looked up at them with pride and glory. I saw them as men who were so incredible and worthy of my every word of approbation. I knew they were Confederates. And I knew about the Civil War, but I was cultured to see them in this heroic light. because of the way that we approach statues. We build monuments to things we deem worthy of admiration and respect, in remembrance of heroes. So in my younger brain, it just made sense that they were men that deserved it. And it wasn't until I learned the context behind these statues that I realized it was so wrong and that not everyone has the privilege to view them this way. As I dug deeper into the groups that erected these monuments and statues, racist intent became clear. Coming out of the Civil War, the post-Confederate states had dozens of groups dedicated to preserving the hierarchy that slavery had created before. One of such groups was the United Daughters of the Confederacy, who commonly praised the KKK in their publications, and who did everything in their power at the time to legitimize white supremacy and segregation. They erected the statue in 1910 during the Jim Crow era with a full intention of glorifying the Confederate fight, the fight to continue the system of slavery through their independence from the North. This was part of their efforts to propagate the lost cause neo-Confederate movement, which portrayed slaves as happy to serve and normalized the fight for slavery. They did everything in their power to maintain the hierarchy idealized in Alexander Stephens' Cornerstone Address, where the Confederate government's cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the black man is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition. This was the immediate cause for secession that they continued to believe in. And they did everything in their power to propagate this racial divide. They lied to maintain power in a hierarchy they had previously established and had every intention to keep. And they used fears of the poor white Americans against them to continue an economic and societal divide which continues until this day and pushes our community apart when we now more than ever need this unity. Knowing all of this, it should make perfect sense that our black and brown friends and neighbors who speak now not because their outrage is new, but rather their empowerment to say something. They look at this statue not in admiration, but in fear. It represents the horrible past that we have much work to move on from. It is a time capsule of hatred, and it does not belong in the square, which is a public gathering space where all citizens feel welcome, not reminded of their ancestors' subjugation and torment. The statue is a remnant of a time we should be past. The fact that it still stands shows we aren't. That is why I am here today before you. We should not have the statue in the square where it glorifies those who fought for the South, to remain independent in the name of slavery and bigotry. So please do not allow fears of historical erasure to flood your mind, because we learn history not from statues, but from the endless amount of resources all of us have available. One doesn't need a statue to remember tragedies of days past. We should only allow our compassion for one another, not fear, bring forward unity in our town. Unity that has to come from the understanding of one another's pain. If this statue stands and the pain remains, then ultimately unity is impossible in Henry County, because it will have this monument to racial division in its heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, we'll now invite up Pastor TJ McBride.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
I wanted to take this time to come in tonight to, first of all, congratulate the Board for doing an awesome job of voting 4-1 to remove the statue. I remember when I saw it on Facebook, I praised the Board and I said, wow, we are moving in a new direction. And we see it all over the country that the time is now to change. And I'm really confused right now because I thought that when it passed that it was over and we were moving on, because that's what I know the Board to do from the time I've been here. Been living here 17 years, been pastoring a church right here in Henry County for 15 years. And I do understand protocol, I understand leadership, but I do understand pressure too. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that we keep moving forward as a community and don't get caught behind just because of some other people's opinions. I just want to lift up a few things. We at the beginning of this meeting, we talked about C.T. Vivian and we talked about John Lewis. And if John Lewis was here today, you know, John Lewis had a phrase. He said, when you see something wrong, you need to say something about it. And if John Lewis was here today and Reverend C.T. Vivian was here today, I think there would be no question what side they would be on. They would want that statue to move on. And we're not saying tear it down. You all made a decision just to move it to another place because the square represents everybody. And the square is a public place. We've all been there a few times, and it represents everybody. It represents me, it represents my family, and it should represent everybody. When I think of the Civil War, I think of a time for change because that's what happened. And there were many initiatives that were in play when the Civil War was taking place, but one of the main initiatives was slavery. And slavery was not just the enslavement of Black people. We got to remember that slavery was the brutality that came with it. The brutality that came with children being torn away from their parents, husbands and wives being separated, Black women being raped and abused. There was a whole lot of things that went with slavery. And even in the aftermath of slavery, we had Jim Crow laws that we are now in the Atlanta area, which was the headquarters of change during that time, okay? My favorite subject is history, so I love history. And one of the things I learned in history was the Declaration of Independence. I had to learn that by heart in my history class. And there's one phrase that says, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. The Confederacy did not fight for that. They didn't fight for everybody to be equal. They fought so that Black people could stay enslaved. How are we in 2020 gonna celebrate that? We don't celebrate division. We don't celebrate slavery. We don't celebrate something that puts another community down. No, in Henry County, we lift everybody up. That's the beauty of this place. That's why I'm here. That's why my family's here. And that's why I love to live here. So it's time for change. Change is hard for everybody. Okay, change is hard for everyone. I've been pastoring a church and it's hard for change. I'm in the midst of change right now in a pandemic. So change is hard. You all are on the screen right now. Everybody's changing. Okay, but listen, we need to learn to celebrate good history and not bad history. Yeah, there's history, but let's celebrate what brought us together and not what tore us apart. I'm going to give you one scripture that I say to my church all the time. And this is found in Isaiah 43, verse 18, the Message translation. Here's what it says. Forget about what's happened. Don't keep going over old history. Be alert and be present because God is about to do something brand new. Come on, board. Let's let God do something brand new. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move to Mr. Alvin Mitchell.
He is joining virtually, Chair.
And we're hearing a little echo in that moment.
Everyone hear me?
Well, we can, but there still is an echo, and I'm not sure what's causing the echo. Okay, we'll try it again, Mr. Mitchell. Are you there? Okay, I'm not sure if someone from the team on the technical side can help him with the echo. We'll try once more, and if we need to come back, we can.
Chair, Technology Services has advised that he may have two devices on where there's an audio coming out and it will cause that echo. So if he could turn one off, I think it will take care of that.
Okay, Mr. Mitchell, if you could address the echo, that would be fine. Okay, can you speak now, sir? Okay, Mr. Mitchell. Okay, well, we'll come back to Mr. Mitchell before we conclude, but we've got Miss, well, let me see, because we're doing it virtual, it's not that easy to switch. Mr. Mitchell, can you speak now? Okay, well, we'll come back and we'll check back in with them afterwards. Is Miss Sarita Dyer there? Okay, good evening. She's muted, so if someone can unmute her, please. Hey, Ms. Dyer.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners of Henry County. Thank you for allowing me to exercise my constitutional right. I am Sarita Dyer. I reside in District 3 in McDonough. During the past 4 years, I witnessed this county elect its first ever African-American district attorney. I witnessed my subdivision of 22 homes evolve to over 89 homes, rooted in a diverse group of people that have come together to become neighbors and citizens of Henry County. You see, Henry County is an amazing county, a melting pot of 3 types of citizens. 1, those born and raised here. 2, those who have come here from other parts of the country. And 3, those who've moved here from counties within the state. But there are also other thoughts that we as citizens of Henry County must confront. The Confederate statue on the square. It is believed it was erected in 1910 by the local Daughters of the Confederacy. This statue pays tribute to white supremacy and slavery in public places, and not a form of freedom of speech, but instead a daily reminder of hate and pain to me. Supporters of the Confederate flag and statue continue to claim it is a symbol of Southern ancestry and heritage. So what is heritage? It is a reminder of the past, refers to treasured objects and cultural values that have been passed down from generations. That being said, the generations of the Civil War is clear. The Confederates did not fight for the United States of America. They fought against it. So why do we glorify and treasure an object of traitors and the terror that it actually stood for? To me, the statue is equivalent to the cross burning on a person's lawn, a part of terrorism, a reminder of white supremacy. So now it's time for us to remember all of our history, not just parts that are important to some. I concur with the commissioner's recommendations of relocating the statues to a museum. This is not making something one way for someone else, but it's about showing the country that Henry County and its citizens are able to acknowledge, reconcile, understand, and ready to choose a better future for ourselves, making right what was wrong. Otherwise, remaining erected, we will continue with division and possibly violence. We must become a more inclusive county, a county of neighbors, a county of diversity, a county of respect, a county of acceptance, a county that's fair and willing and welcoming to all. As President George W. Bush said at the dedication ceremony of the National Museum of African American History and Culture, a great nation does not hide its history. It faces its flaws and corrects them. So let this be the day Henry County begins its corrections. My support of removal is a part of the process to move us towards healing and understanding of each other. Ask yourselves, is this really our story? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, and then we have Ms. Catherine Bell, and then we'll try Mr. Alvin Mitchell again as we conclude the public comment section.
Catherine Bell is coming up in person, and I just spoke with Mr. Mitchell, and he's going to get back on the computer and try again.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Bell.
Good afternoon, ladies and
Good
gentlemen.
afternoon. Good
And I
evening.
would like to thank very much Ms. Thomas and Mr. Wilson for returning my email. Thank you very much. I have been a Henry County resident for over 60 years. I moved to Henry County when I was 8 years old. I know our history. I love my neighbors, no matter what color you are, what nationality you've been, or what country you have been in. Our statue represents 4 heroes, veterans, whether you was in a blue suit or you was in a gray suit or you was in plain clothes. That's what the statue represents today. It doesn't represent racism. It doesn't represent judgment. We are in a state of our country at this time. This should be gone. It should have been settled. many, many years ago. We should not carry, we want to move forward, well, we have to leave our trash and our baggage behind. We will never move if we don't move that block. I'm with children every day. It doesn't matter who they are or where they come from. When you are stuck, when you bleed, what color is your blood? Is it red? Is it purple? Is it green? Is it black? No, it is red. We are the same. Outside may be different. Our hearts are the same. You have a pastor here. He come up and he spoke. And he also made, don't keep going over and over. God has a new plan. We won't know that new plan if we don't move the brick. The statue is also in honor of your brothers, your grandparents, your heritage, as well as it is mine. We fought together, black, white, majority, whoever. We were together on that battlefield fighting. Henry County is full of history. If we remove everything that represents history, it'll be lost. Walks of life is together. It's not separate. You can't walk it by yourself. Henry County is not DeKalb County. It is not Fulton County. It is not Atlanta. We are not South Atlanta. We are Henry County. We have here a rich culture. That square is a beautiful symbol. I don't know, how many of you have been here most all your life? The trees were there, it was beautiful. Our children used to go and sit there and talk and have a wonderful time. The statue, the trees came down in order to make our square beautiful. The statue only gives more beauty to it. You put a water fountain there, what's that? Washing away? People ride through our town from other cities and other states. They stop, they look at the square, they go up, they read the monument. They have their pictures made and they spend time there. People have got to stop holding grudges, got to stop holding blocks in your mind. Past is past, present is present. We can't throw our history away. If we want to start something right, well, let us stand up and fight for our Native Americans, our Indians. Whose country was this when it came? A lot of people came to this country as slaves. They came from Africa, they come from Europe, they come from Australia, they come from everywhere. It's not one race. We are humans. We are brothers and sisters in Christ, and we are hard workers in our community. We pay our taxes. We support our community. And I would like to see our board members please remove this baggage. It begins today, and it begins with each and every one of you. So please remember, the statue is not a reminder of slavery, not necessarily. It's a reminder of our past. It's a reminder of our heritage.
Okay, okay, I think that kind of concluded. So is Mr. Alvin Mitchell back with us? Hello? Have we lost our link? I see Commissioner Holmes, I see Commissioner Wilson. Everyone else is gone to without the video. Okay, I see Commissioner Clemens. Okay, technical team, can I get some advice or updates? Technical team. County Clerk, are you there? Okay, well, we're gonna take a,
She's there, but she just looks like she's away from the screen. It's not.
yeah. So are you seeing someone on your side besides Commissioner Holmes and Commissioner Wilson? I see you, Commissioner Holmes, Commissioner Wilson, but I don't see anyone else on their video.
Everybody else is off the video.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, that did, we want to at least give Mr. Alvin Mitchell a chance, and then, of course, we want to move into our next comments or agenda items. So I'm hoping that we can reconnect here very soon. So we'll take a 5-minute and see what's going on. I'm going to turn my video off just to kind of make a phone call and see what's going on. So we'll take 5 minutes and then come back. Testing, testing.
Hold on, no, it's not.
Okay.
Hey, Chair, I just want to confirm that you can hear me.
I can hear you, but I cannot, I can see right now